Hello everybody, welcome to the show. You're watching 10:30 on Twitch. See, today, everything's just going to be great, don't even worry about it. Coming up, we're maybe going up into the loft and all that, we'll see how it goes, I don't know. Anyway, without further ado, please put your hands together for, it's 10:30. Put your hands together for, it's 10:30. Oh, have I accidentally triggered Stone Cold Steve Austin? Anyway. Studio lights on. Hi everybody, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome to twitch.tv/1030. My hair's a bit mental today, look at this. My hair's doing things. And I was watching the VOD yesterday. I do believe we're a tiny wee bit overexposed. And we can't be having that, so let's fix that as a matter of extreme importance. Try to operate a camera here, it's not working very well. Right, so we do that. Oh no, you press up, don't you? No, do we set that? So where's the ISO? How do I affect the ISO? It's that there. And then we'll put that down a couple of stops. Maybe even just that would do it. Do you know, maybe even that is necessary. Hello everybody, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome to the show. Today we're going to be doing a variety of fantastic electronic projects. And we're just basically going to have a great time. I've missed you all. I hope you're all doing well and having a great time. Is the time 10:30? No, it isn't. It's 1:30. AI loops. But how you doing? Welcome in. Hello to you all, Non-Curtomf. Hello, Real Gonzo. Hello, Beneath the Headphones. Hello, Neck Nil. Hello, Benzo Kane. How you doing? Is this the Renaissance painting 10:30? Aye, it was like a chiaroscuro type of high contrast technique. Gonzo was in Spain last week. What have I missed? Nothing much. I've not been streaming much. I'm just back, really. So you picked a fantastic time to go on holiday, Gonzo. I hope you had a lovely time. Neck Nil, how you doing? Welcome in. Beneath the Headphones says, fucked it. I did well and truly, fuck it. I did. But how yous doing? Has anybody got any good news or anything like that? Actually, let us. I wonder if I can achieve this. Hello, Wee Shed. How you doing? Welcome in. I wonder if we can achieve the thing where I point to your good news. Maybe don't put your good news in yet. But if we go to docs and then we go to social stream, right? And then maybe I need to update this. There's a new version available. Let's see. It's not going to work, is it? But if I go to twitch.tv/popout/1030 chat, and then if I type 123 in the chat, will that come up here for me? Nah. Oh, no, it is. So now I can click on that and that comes up here. Brilliant. Okay, everybody. So, if anybody's got any good news, you're welcome to put that in the chat. What's my good news? My good news is, I don't know, I'm really valuing the nourishing nature of sleep that I'm getting just now. I spoke about it a wee bit yesterday, but my old bed was bad, man. And I've now got a new bed, and it's substantially better. And it feels like I need to catch up on maybe about 4 or 5 years worth of missed sleep. Because I'm going to bed at like 8:30 at night or something, and then waking up like as late as I possibly can. I think my body's really valuing the sheer sleep nourishment that I'm getting from it. Hello, Milk Choco Lamp. Welcome in. How you doing? But I didn't appreciate, like, you know what I mean? How good it was going to be. Listen, right, so today, what the chat is I made this a wee while ago, and it's a bit of a mess, right? So this is a device here with lots of like wires plugged in, coming in and out of it and stuff like that. And that device there allows for different things. It allows for me to talk to the digital assistant that you get on the iPhone, or it allows me to talk to HAL here, the digital assistant. So I can say, for example, studio lights off. Why is it not doing it? Oh, there we go. It took its time. And then I can say, studio lights on. And then I can say, activate party mode. And then I can say, party's over. And all of that is done via this box here. So it's running an ESP32 with different relays attached. A relay is basically a switch. And so I can speak to it via HAL 9000, which I've got set up over here. Although there's a couple of problems with HAL that we're going to fix today. But the main problem with this is all the cabling. So this light here doesn't work. There should be a light right in the centre. And it doesn't work. For some reason it's not working. Don't know why it's not working. It's something to do with the cable. So I'm going to dismantle all of that. Take the cable up the stairs. Have a wee look at that and see if we can get that working. I might, depending on how I feel, decide to replace. Because see on this here, right? This here is controlling 3 of my main studio lights. And so there's 3 power plugs going into this one box. And there doesn't need to be. It's just because my studio lights came with 3 power plugs. And I'm using this box as kind of like an intermediate to switch those power plugs off and on. So instead of using 3 separate plugs to plug into the wall, I went onto AliExpress. And I got this thing here. It's like quite a nifty sort of power supply looking unit type of thing. So this is beefy enough that it could power all 3 lights. And maybe we'll do that today. I'll see how it goes. What I really want to happen is for this middle one to be able to get switched on. And I would like to fix HAL. Would like to get HAL up and running. Like to get the light working on him, and I'd like to get his lens mounted onto the front of it as well. So it's all very exciting, everybody. It is exciting. It is exciting. But anyway, as always, we're doing good news. So if you've got any good news, big or small, please put it in the chat. And I can read out your good news, and it'll all bring us together as like this sort of vibrant community. Because you know, on the internet, right? When you go onto the internet, you see all sorts of bad stuff, and it's designed to like make your jimmies all rustled and stuff like that. So what we're doing in here is the opposite of that. Instead of sharing misery and bad news, we're sharing good news. So if anybody's got any good news, please put it in the chat, and please use the word good news. So Necknell is in with a bit of good news, unfortunately. There we go. Necknell's in with a bit of good news. My good news is that the UK is trying to put astronauts in space on its own. I don't know if they'll manage it, but cool to report on as a science communicator. Absolutely. Moon the space and all of that. I've heard arguments for and against manned space programme, but I think I'm in support of it, man. See if we can have... I think it'll just bring us all together. I know, obviously, we had the moon landing, right, in the 60s, and everybody, it was like a big moment for the entire world. And then every time they went back, it's no, everybody's no really cared as much, to the point where they were having bother getting the funding for it. But people for our generation haven't seen a live moon landing, and I think that would be cool. Here, everybody, we're getting all of these... subs coming through. Thank you very much for these subs, but there's something that should be happening when that sub's coming through, and I wonder why it's not happening. See, for every sub that's coming in just now, that light should be switching off and on, and it simply isn't. So I wonder why. I'm connected to Twitch. I'm not connected to OBS. StreamerBot and OBS isn't connected. Sorry, 2 wee seconds here. I will say the thank yous in just a wee second. However, we need that light to switch itself off and on every time there's a sub on the go, don't we? So how do we connect OBS and StreamerBot? Well, you can even have a wee look and see what I'm doing just now. So this is OBS. Is it set? No, sorry, this is StreamerBot.
Hype train has entered the station and is at level
platforms?
2. Thank you.
Nah. Viewers, action cues. Nah, actions, commands. I hate the way everything's laid out in this. Where's the OBS settings? So is it settings? I think it's in integrations. Integrations. Where have they changed OBS settings to? Servers, clients. Right, this setting controls StreamerBot's own internal WebSocket server. If you're looking to connect to your OBS, yes, then go to the Stream Apps tab and then the OBS tab. Stream Apps. Right. And then OBS. Right, okay. Every now and again you need to reconnect OBS and it's a lot of shite. However, I don't want people subbing without that light going off and on, because that's a big part of what we're doing here today. So if we do that, so we're at... Wow, my internal server IP address is 10.5.0.2. I've never seen that before. As opposed to 192.168, you know, blah, 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 blah. 10.5.0.2? What the fuck is going on? That's like my local IP. Here, nobody hack me now that I've said that. Having a weird issue connecting things to different things. Server IP best guess. This is weird, everybody. Since when has an IP address been 10.5.0.2? Right, 10.5.0.2, 4455. No password. Hmm. 2 seconds here, folks. Very strange. Has anybody experienced that before? Anyway, well, it looks like you're not getting your light switched off and on. Even though I just made it go off and on earlier on with my own doings. Ah, who knows, man. Who knows? But welcome in, everybody. It's a very odd IP range, isn't it? 10.xyz is fine for a local IP. I've never ever seen it. But welcome in, everybody. How you doing? Thanks very much for spending time with me here. Just try to fix this. 10.5.0.2. I mean, maybe we're up and running. 10.5.0.2. 4455. Right, last second, everybody, because we simply need all of this all working. WebSocket server settings. Show connect info. Yes, I want to see the connect info. We copy that. We paste that in there. We hit OK. We right click that. We hit connect and we go to connected. There we go. So the next person that subs, the light should go on for you. After all of that, the light should go on for you. We're connected. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. How you doing? We are doing good news in the chat. So if anybody has any good news... Can't believe I got that fixed just in time for everybody to already have subbed. Hoggy says, good news, I got a new macro lens for my camera so I can take some nice photos of flowers for my special interest in botany. Back of the net, Hoggy. That is absolutely class. How good is like new gear? A new nice macro lens is cool. See, macro extension tubes can be very useful, or even taking a regular lens and just mounting it backwards as well. You get a very narrow depth of field, but you can do really cool macro shots. I'm sure you're familiar. Point Gloimanoid, how you doing? Not so much good news, but I have my 22-week baby scan to do. Oh, goodness me. That is a piece of genuine good news. Goodness me, Point. Congratulations. Two Crooked Fingers is in with a bit of good news. Had a first date last night and had a lovely time. Did you, Two Crooked Fingers? All the very best with that. Kunst says, good news. Off to Rome, oh aye, for a week's holiday on Sunday. Anyone have some non-obvious recommendations? Anybody get any Rome recommendations for Kunst? Beneath Headphones says, 2 bits of good news. 1, I did my 4th driving lesson. Did roundabouts and everything. Roundabouts are the hardest bit. Congratulations. 2, I'm streaming a wee bit more and pushing towards affiliate. Get in, fucking get in, Beneath the Headphones. I want to start driving. You've inspired me. See, between you and Nicola Sturgeon, I'm like, I want to start driving. I'm going to say thanks to everybody in just a wee bit. I'm sorry that this light should be switching on. See, every time somebody subs, this light, look, see if I go, activate party mode. See, the thing that's making that work should be happening every time one of yous subs or whatever. That's staying on for quite a bit now. Hold on. Party's over.
Holy shit, a hype train just ended at 76% through level
We'll
3
have a wee look
and
at
had
that at
6
some
crazy
point.
people participating.
Beneath headphones, all the very best with your journey to affiliate. Christopher says, good news, I bumped into a couple of mates after work yesterday who have not seen for ages, and we had a few beers. Christopher, sounds like a class wee couple of hours you've had there. NHN says, good news, so far on my fitness journey I've lost 78 pounds, and by the weekend I should have lost 80. I feel like I'm kicking the world's arse and nobody can tell me anything. NHN, all the very best. What are you doing? What's your thing? You lifting weights? Are you running? Are you just doing diet stuff? What are you into? I've heard things. Has anybody used the Zoe app? Do you know what I'm talking about? You get the wee thing and it tests your blood. I can't tell if it's like a mad scam for people with too much money, or if it's genuinely useful information, or if it's like that Ancestry.com thing where they'll just sell all your DNA data. You know what I mean? So I don't know if anybody's had that. I wouldn't mind some first-hand reports. And also, everybody, thank you very much. Neil TB, thank you very much for subbing. How you doing, Neil? I appreciate that. Bet the Hitman Shark, thank you very much for subbing using Amazon Prime. If anybody's got any Prime subs kicking about, I'll take them, thank you. S. Clark, how you doing, Scott? Thanks very much for subbing, man. Welcome in. I'm digging your mad Eraserhead vibes this afternoon. Thank you. It wasn't a conscious nod towards Eraserhead, but I see what you see. Davwell, thanks very much for subbing. How you doing, Davwell? Thank you very much. And Christopher, how you doing? Thanks very much for subbing, Christopher. And Plebans, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in, Plebans. Poink, thank you very much for subbing. And Broccoli Ultra. Broccoli, I didn't read this out. I'm sorry. Broccoli Ultra, thank you very much for subbing. Broccoli Ultra says, I'll read this in a wee second. I finished an OU degree after 7 years and landed a nice boring as fuck IT infrastructure job out of it. No more call centre for me. Broccoli Ultra, feet up. Actually, you've done your work now. Time to just let that money roll in. Congratulations, Broccoli Ultra, and thanks very much for the support. Tommy Gunner 1997, thank you very much for subbing. Quite simply, this is the best stream to sub to on Twitch, says Tommy Gunner 1997, and I'm not going to argue with you there, Tommy Gunner. Thank you very much for all the support, and thanks for saying that. Chameleon, thank you very much for subbing. Thanks very much. And Rocket HQ, in fact, no, that was 21 hours ago. Rocket HQ subbed. How could that be 21 hours? I think the last subs that I got was maybe about 21 hours ago. Aye, that makes sense. And once again, Neil TB, thank you very, very much. Cuba Stroman, I refresh the page. If you've subbed and Twitch is fucked, you might just need to sort of give it a wee kick. So refresh the page and there should be a wee thing. Park Moking says you drank that like an android. Yes, I am an autistic man. So if you haven't been watching for too long, you might not have spotted it yet. But I am autistic. So certain things that I do, I just do it stupid. And that's that. See, for me, that was just drinking a wee cup of tea. See, for somebody else, I'll be like, oh, look, Stadium. Autism. That's what that is. But thanks for pointing it out. Parmoking. Allegedly, says Mitzi. No, I've proper diagnosis and all that. Cuba Stroman, I see your sub now. Cuba, thank you very much. Sorry, had to jump through that wee hoop of refreshing the page. I'm very sorry about that. It's out with my control. But I do see your sub has now been logged. And I want to say thanks very much, Cuba Stroman. Thank you very much. Big Mid, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good today. I've had proper restorative sleep, folks. And I feel good about being back sort of in a groove of streaming and all that sort of stuff. So let me... It is right here. It is a Meanwell power supply unit. You know your PSUs. So earlier on in the stream, I flashed this in right ears like that. Is that a Meanwell PSU? It bloody is a Meanwell PSU, mate. Look, I don't mess about with my power supply units. So power supply units come in different styles and sizes and shapes and stuff. Meanwell is a company who are very well trusted, and this is like a power supply unit that's got about 25 amps going through it that I bought off of AliExpress that's going to just always be switched on underneath my computer. And so because of that, I don't want it to go on fire or blow up or anything. And so because of that, I don't mind spending like a tenner extra to get a Meanwell rated one, as opposed to just some other mystery one. So I'm a power supply Tory. I got the dear one. But once this is all installed here, it'll all be better and it'll all be good. But NH Henry, congratulations once again on your fitness journey. I am currently at the start of my fitness journey. So if you remember about a year ago, I got all the gear and put it in my garage for lifting weights and stuff. And I got into it and I didn't really start it in earnest. I was just sort of pissing about. And then I got a wee sort of slight twinge in my knee. So I was like, right, well, I'm just simply not doing anything until this is fixed. And that twinge in my knee was fixed, in the space of about 3 days or whatever. But since that point, I still haven't picked up weights. So I'd very much like to get back into that. But I've been watching a lot of YouTube recently, again, procrastinating. Been watching a lot of Andrew Huberman. Does anybody know that guy, Andrew Huberman? On YouTube, he looks the part, I find him quite easy to listen to. He's a cool guy. It looks as if he might be affiliated with like at any minute I'm waiting on him to start talking about men's rights or something like that. But he hasn't so far. He seems totally cool so far. But at any point I'm expecting him to try and sell me Bitcoin or something, but he isn't that, you know what I mean? He just looks like fucking all muscly and he's got a beard and he looks like a podcaster guy. Looks as if he's maybe pals with like Elon Musk or something, but I don't think he is. He's just got that vibe that put me off originally. But his whole vibe is like, if you've got good sleep, then the rest of your life will be better, and he's got tips on how to have good sleep. So I'm thinking about all of this, and then I'm like, do I need to start lifting weights? I do need to start lifting weights. Do I need to start eating better again? I do need to start eating better again. So I've decided to sort of have a wee look after myself. And you've been a wee bit of inspiration there at NH Henry. That is some fantastic news. Neil TB, thanks very much for the good news of a 3-month sub. Matty by the Sea says, good news. I've started the process of getting assessed for autism. Hopefully it will answer many questions. All the very best with that, Matty by the Sea. All the very best. AI Loop says, good news, getting a bit ahead with my art and sculpture, registered a business for myself, and hopefully we can do a bit more art things going forward. Congratulations. How cool is it when you're getting all industrious and stuff? Do you know what I mean? Actually registering businesses and all that to do your thing. Very exciting. But that man Charles says, good news, something very wholesome and cosy about your streams, James. Thank you. They improved my mood. Working from home on dreary afternoons, the lights don't go off, but have a Prime sub on me. Bet the Hitman Shark, thank you very much, and I'm very sorry that light didn't go on. Hold on, I'll do it manually. Activate party mode. Bet the Hitman Shark, thanks for the sub. Party's over. Maybe I just do it manually from now on. Thanks once again for the sub. Wonderbrought says, good news for you. You look like the guy from Eraserhead. That's 2 Eraserhead comments I've had today. I wonder if it's because I'm like lit. You know what I mean? I've got this happening. I do. I look a bit also like the guy from... Is it Hudsucker? No, it's Tim Robbins that's in that. What's the one I'm thinking of? And you've got the guy who played the Jesus. It's not Hudsucker Proxy. It's the other Coen Brothers one. And your man John Candy's in it. It's not Lebowski. John Candy's in it. Barton Fink, there we go. I look like Barton Fink. Especially when I've got my my glasses on. Oh, now that doesn't work. Cool, now I need to fix that. Would you be able to see it if I click this? No? There you go. I need to get the wee round glasses. And just cut about going. I could do a remake. We could do a remake. But I need a haircut. At the end of the day, I definitely need a haircut. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in. Thanks very much for joining me here today doing this. My hair is very bouffanty. Bouffanty. Aye, a wee bit Egon for Ghostbusters. Definitely. Wee bit Egon. Hello, those eyes, by the way. I don't know if I said hello. NH Henry says, I'm glad to be of inspiration. Once you decide to pick it up again, the only thing I would say is to go slow and enjoy the journey. Being able to see your progress over time is more fulfilling than any quick change will ever be. 100%, I agree. I think the biggest challenge for doing this sort of stuff is relapse in it. And for what I've been reading, the faster that somebody changes their lifestyle, then the faster it can change back. So what I've been reading, in order to improve anything to do with your life, whatever area it is that you're wanting to improve, is to do small, sustainable changes. And if they're that small, then they'll stick. And so once you've done a small change and that's stuck, then you do another sort of small change and then that sticks, then you do another small change, and that becomes habit and stuff, rather than just deciding, right, when I wake up tomorrow, everything's going to be radically different, because by the time like 8 o'clock comes, you're going to be in tears and you're going to be like, I'm no built for this. And then by 8:30 or 9 o'clock, you'll have phoned a Chinese and you'll be crying into your spring rolls. So I think for me, small sustainable changes are the way to go. So I think I just need to get back into doing exercise, but like, who wants to do that, man? It's like dead boring. It takes up energy and time and all of that. But I need to get into that. I need to convince myself I'm into that. Hello, Anna Realtor. How are you? Now, there's a familiar name. Hope you're as well as can be. That I am. All the better for seeing your name. How you doing? Welcome in. Best tips just to make a habit out of it. 3 weeks of going easy with it for half an hour. Aye, me and Rachel last night were watching YouTube videos about, okay, so in the morning, if you get sunlight maybe about an hour after you wake up, and then don't drink coffee for maybe about 2 hours, and if you can, maybe don't eat till then, and then all your energy will be a lot better, and you can do this and you can do that. And you know, if you stagger, if you've got like a day of cardio, then a day of strength training, then a day of cardio, then it gives you time to recover, and sleep's very important. And me and Rachel were watching this video as we had ordered a German doner. What's that place called? It's like doner meat, but it's served in a German style, which means they just put it in everything. So we had literally doner meat spring rolls, a doner meat quesadilla. Germans made a doner quesadilla. And I ate it as a Scottish guy. There's a big fusion of ideas, isn't there? There's quite a big fusion of ideas. German doner kebab, that's it. GDK it's called. I wouldn't go back. I don't want to go into detail, right? But last night and this morning, I wasn't very well because of this German doner kebab. So dodge it. At the time, tasted alright. But I would dodge it if I were you. Parmoking says, what helped me was enjoying exercise, so it was rewarding to do and engaged the brain. I took up climbing and that was perfect for what I needed for fitness. Amazing. Whenever I was sort of in a better era of fitness than I'm in just now, it's because I had built exercise into my day. So I would cycle as means of commuting. I need to get this off, sorry. So I'd cycle to work, and because I had to cycle to work, that meant I had to do exercise. You know what I mean? If I didn't cycle, I wouldn't get to work. So I need to be... I need to sort of have it built into my day. See if exercise is this other thing that I need to put effort into thinking about doing. I tend not to do it, or I tend not to keep it up. But I need to... there's a difference between motivation and discipline in it. I need to just apply a bit of discipline to myself. But apparently, right, if you do anything for 20 days, force yourself to do a routine or a habit for 20 days. After the 20 days, that will become a habit, apparently, depending on what it was. Oh, there you go. Badger Matrix says, I know a fella for Paisley and he always goes on about a German doner kebab when takeaway gets mentioned. We tried it last night. Ruined my arse, man. It ruined my arse. Joe Motion, how you doing? It's been a while. I've had the free time to catch your streams. Mona and Joe Motion, how you doing, man? Aye, we need to calm the wee cakes. I can't eat any more wee cakes, man. I've had enough wee cakes in my life. 2 wee seconds. Let's get to the bottom. There we go. Sorry, I can see my chat. See, because I'm dual streaming, so I'm multi-streaming. Actually, we've not had a wee look. Let's go and have a wee look and see if anybody's chatting on YouTube. Because I'm multi-streaming right now, everybody. Did you know that? 3 people watching. Hello, YouTube. Hi, YouTube. How you doing? Look at this. I just happened to see this on YouTube. Where are you on Twitch? There we go. Look at that. Let's just see what happens there and if this is a worthwhile endeavour. Here, do you know what's mad? Earlier on today on Limmy's stream, I was watching Limmy's stream. We all know and love Limmy, right? But on Limmy's stream today, he was talking about my OBS is fucked. Right, 2 seconds. I need to fix stuff, man. I'm trying to wing it, but I need to just take a second and actually fix stuff. Double click this. Click off it, then you click back it. And when you click back, you click off, then you click back again. You hit reset. Oh, streaming. Right, there we go. So now we hit link. Seems to be an issue with the WebSockets in my OBS. Everything that uses WebSockets seems to just get chucked off for some reason. Alright. So now I need to use 10.5.0.2. 10.5.0.2. Save that. Now we should be working, everybody. And now I can tell you the wonderful chat. Right. So now if I go here. So basically I'm on YouTube as well. Just trying that out. I'll always be a Twitch man. So there's Halsey on YouTube, just giving a wee thing. So that means that every VOD is going to be saved to YouTube. So that's quite exciting, isn't it? But anyway, what's quite interesting is earlier on Limmy's stream, he was showing this YouTube video because he was watching it last night, and as it happens, I was also watching it last night. And what a coincidence that is, that we hadn't been chatting to each other about this, and yet probably round about the same time we were watching the exact same YouTube video. Don't really have much more to say about it than, like, what a coincidence that is. But I would very much like to learn Unreal Engine, man. This seems to be the place to do it. I wouldn't even mind buying like a Skillshare course or something as well, just to try and get into it properly. But as you know, I don't need any other projects. I should probably finish some projects before I start new ones. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I think it's time to maybe head upstairs. Don't cross the streams. I'm afraid they're crossed already. I still remember back when Limmy was just doing all of his web design stuff, like he's swearing xylophone. Aye. Here he's done well for himself. Style Martin says, I thought it was illegal or something to do both. It was against the Twitch terms of service until very recently, until about 3 days ago. FYI, searching for 1030 or 1030GH on YouTube doesn't lead to your channel. Aye, on YouTube I've got a different name and all of that. I'm going to have to put a bit of work into that. I've not really looked into YouTube at all. James Houston on YouTube gets you there, but it's like the 7th link for me. I wonder if all of you search for James Houston on YouTube, then find me, if that will train YouTube that I'm like a cool guy or something. I'm not suggesting that you do that, because if I suggest that you all go over to YouTube just now, I think that might violate the Twitch terms of service, and I would never dream of violating the Twitch terms of service. So, do you know what I mean? I've no idea how this can help me being on YouTube. Like, I'm pointing over here. Don't know how it can help me being on YouTube. But I'll give it a go. I wonder what the latency is like between... So that's YouTube. And then 2 wee seconds, because there might be doxable stuff in here. Twitch.tv/1030. And then, so I'll put this here. No, I'll put this here. And then I'll put this here. And then I'll do this. And then I'll refresh them both. And I wonder... I'm kind of confused as to what I'm seeing now. But I wonder if they're both in sync. So if I go to Halcam and then come back, for example. So here's Halcam. And then I'll go back. Ah, bastard. Then I'll go back. No, I'm confused as to what's happening. See if I wave, and then the first one to wave. Alright, cool. So Twitches get better latency than YouTube does. That's good to know, doesn't it? That's all I wanted to know. Twitch has got maybe how long better latency? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe about 4 seconds. That's fine. And I bet you there's probably about 4 seconds worth of variation on Twitch anyway. Anyway, sorry everybody, just a wee bit distracted trying out different types of technology and all of that sort of stuff. Can I say once again, because I very briefly thingied over it. Kinetic Turtle says, I just happened to see this on YouTube. Where are you on Twitch? Twitch.tv/1030. So it's 1030. Twitch.tv, and anybody who's on YouTube should come over to Twitch. Twitch.tv/1030. Actually, what I should maybe do here is... This would be cool. Get everybody for YouTube over here. I'll just do... Try that, right? Because there are like 8 whole people watching on YouTube right now. And you never know. You know what I mean? Some of them might come over. Oh, well, that's far too small, isn't it? So what about this size? And then, up there's fine, because that's all kind of dark, isn't it? That's non-obtrusive. You're all happy with that? The artist prints are gone, Anthony. I'm afraid they are. It's exciting, isn't it? It's quite exciting, all this simulcasting sort of patter. It does say powered by Restream on YouTube, and I wonder if I could get rid of that branding. But quite a good wee service for free as well. I don't need to pay any money to multi-stream, so it's interesting. Anna Realtor says, what are you going to do in the attic today? Anna Realtor, that is a fantastic question. So recently I have built my own electronics so that I can do this. Studio lights off. Studio lights on. Activate party mode. Party's over. So all of that is running via this. I built this. And I just need to make the wires a bit better today. And do a wee sort of tidy up as well. There's a new 3D GPT to generate full environments using prompts. When you say full environments, those eyes, do you mean distorted 2D textures wrapped around a 3D sphere? So when you say 3D, it's actually 2D, but wrapped around a 3D sphere, like Street View. Can you see the Twitch chat, etc. on YouTube? No. You can only see this. You can only see the video. Unless I put the Twitch chat in as part of this video, which I could do. Are you also a linebacker for the Detroit Lions? I've not been in Detroit for about 6 years, McBain, and I don't want to speak about my work with the Detroit Lions. I had to put your name then Twitch because search results was NFL. Ah, right. Is there a James Houston in the Detroit Lions? I see. There's a James Houston Turner, who is a sort of erotic photographer type of guy. I'm not him. This does seem to be how it's working because of the better discoverability on YouTube, but better video player and latency on Twitch. I see the whole environment for talking to your community and stuff on Twitch is a lot better than on YouTube. YouTube has chat, but it's no quite, you know what I mean? It's no quite good. Whereas the tools that Twitch give you are a lot good, a lot better. I've seen that people have had success with chat overlay that meshes both chats together. Can take up some real estate though. Well, Badger Matrix, that's what I'm personally looking at, a chat which has got both YouTube and Twitch merged together. However, in Twitch's terms of service, they say that we streamers are not allowed to show you, the viewers, any merged chats. So I'm looking at it now. So if somebody says something on YouTube, I can see it in my chat. Somebody says something on Twitch, I can see it in the exact same chat. But from what I'm reading, it would be against the terms of service for me to show you that merged chat for some reason. Twitch don't want that to happen. Similarly, if there was something on YouTube, like imagine YouTube had a poll feature or something, I couldn't tell all of you, according to the Twitch terms of service, I couldn't say, right, everybody, we'll all go over to YouTube because I need you to vote in this thing that I'm doing. That would be against the terms of service. You're listed under James Houston, not 1030, FYI. I know I don't have the username 1030 on YouTube. I've only got the username James Houston on YouTube. I think the window is closed for me to get the username 1030 on YouTube. If I stream both, do you get both the views? I think the only views that I'm really concerned about are Twitch views. They're great. They matter to me at the end of the day. Like, you know what I mean? I'm paying bills with Twitch views. Whereas I thought, we might as well just multi-stream to YouTube as well, just to see what happens. Just to see. Imagine the YouTube algorithm just decides to put me in some fantastic spot and everybody can see me and all of that. Don't think it'll happen. But worth a shot, man. If they've made it legal, we might as well do it. We might as well do it. 3D models in a 3D world. Those guys, have you got a link for that? I'm going to have to see this with my own peepers. I found you on YouTube, put in James Houston. Aye, well there you go. I'm listed under James Houston. Aye. I am the next PewDiePie. Any other streamers in? Have you been trying this duplicate stream thing? Is it any... You got anything out of it? So far, I seem to be reaching 10 more people. Do you know what? I might try mixing it up. So the next time I stream, I might try also streaming to like Facebook or something. And I don't have a valid Facebook. Well, I do have a valid Facebook account, but my Facebook account, I've not looked at it, I think, since I was in high school. Like, literally. No. Art school, probably. I just simply don't use it. And then I think I can multi-stream to Twitter, and I can multi-stream to Instagram as well. Might as well give it a wee shot, see what happens, see what the chat is. Anyway, everybody, I think that's enough chat. I think that's enough intro. What we're going to do is head upstairs and put loads of work into a couple of different electronics projects. Who fancies that, man? Who fancies seeing a wee bit of that? Just go live to Facebook and confuse all your old pals. None of them have got any idea that I do this for a living. But who's that? Is that Sideshow Bob? I had dreadlocks when I was in high school, so a lot of people know me as Sideshow Bob. God, man. I know a few people that stream to both Twitch and TikTok at the same time. I don't have a good TikTok account. I think you need to reach a certain target or something before TikTok will let you live stream, so I can't do that. But I'd be up for doing it. Just wasted a 2-house... Just wasted and 2-house on Midjourney AI when I should be doing my VAT. Again, Lemmy was talking about VAT. I don't know what VAT is, man. I can't. Boggles the mind. Good luck. I know What's Her Face does TikTok as well, and she does well. I don't know What's Her Face. I think it's 1,000 TikTok followers to go live. I don't think I've got 1,000 TikTok followers. Well, Here, this looks kind of cool. Here's some 3D scene generation that Jason's just sent over. 3D GPT procedural 3D modelling with large language models. So you just type into the computer, a misty spring morning where dew-kissed flowers dot a lush meadow surrounded by building trees, and you get like this sort of image out of it. But with this new technology, it actually renders 3D geometry, which is interesting, isn't it? I wonder if it looks as if it's limited to landscapes. So I wonder if somebody's like coded what a tree is with different variables, and that's just... I don't know what I'm looking at. But it's interesting that it was just generated entirely using words. Something different, isn't it, everybody? Something different. Something different. But speaking of TikTok, right? One will have a wee look at TikTok and see if I've got... I don't think I've got enough viewers. I think I've got substantially not enough. Right, so how do you... Am I 1030 GH? I think I'm 1030 GH on TikTok. The shame. Alright, here we go, right, so let's have a wee look at this and see if we can analyse this. Right, so I've got 644 followers. Is it true that I only need 1,000? Because I've not really put much... What's this? Oh, there's a different 1030 GH. There's 1030.GH. Here. Have we got an imposter here, everybody? And who's this? Learn about making informed financial decisions. Why is there a warning on one of my videos about making informed financial decisions? What is TikTok, man? But you should follow me on TikTok. 1030GH. And I've got some fantastic content, man.
Do you have an idea for a Keanu G's improv story? Anytime the day Keanu finds out his name is Neil. Okay, Gonzo, let the story commence. There I was, up my ma's bit. She got a new couch, and the delivery guy wouldn't take it all the way in her living room. He only pure dumped it in the clothes outside my ma's bit. So she's like that, Neil, gonna come and get the couch? And I was like that, yeah, sure. bodacious. And she was like that, what? And I was like that, bodacious. And she's like that, don't you ever say that word to me ever again. And I was like that, okay, do you want this couch moved or do you not? She's like that, come and move the couch. I'm like, okay, I would be there just now if you didn't start your pish. She's like that, it's you with the pish. And I was like, oh, fuck this, man. And she was like that, don't call me man. And I was like that, anyway, so I eventually had it ruin my ma's bed. But of course, if you're lifting up a couch, you can only lift up one side of the couch. So I lifted up one side of the couch and just pure try to like push it in, and it didn't work. And I jiggered my back. And then I said to her, hey, Ma, I've been listening to, over and over in my head, the phone conversation that we had earlier. And she's like that, I? And I was like that, I? And she was like that, well, I think it's pure out of order for you to say, reappropriated American words like bodacious. And I was like that, I respect that, but Ma, I would really appreciate it if you just understood my vibe, okay? And she was like that, Neil, I've said to you a million times. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute there. What did you call me? And she was like that, Neil? My name is Keanu Reeves. And she's like that, nah, mate, your name's Neil. And I was like that, needless to say, the couch never got moved. I fucked off out of there and went for a pint. Twitch.tv/1030. I want you to know that I appreciate you, okay? You're breathtaking. Whoa. I think we need to get Keanu G's O back, don't we? I'll have a wee look at that software and see if I can resurrect it. But if you're into that, right, you should definitely be following me on TikTok. Do you want to see another TikTok that I made? Hey? I think you're right, Mootsy. I think I'll delete it and upload it again. Although it's got about 7,000 views. But I think you're right. Here's Freddie.
Freddie, can you bark if the Queen's dead? Good boy, man. Thanks for letting me. Freddie.
She's dead. Freddie, could you bark if Thatcher's dead? Yeah, she's dead, buddy. Good boy, pal. Have some chips. Yeah, pal. Good boy. Freddie. Once again, tiktok.com/@1030jh. Get me followed, man. The more of you that do that, then maybe I can start streaming on TikTok as well. Remember when you used that software to put human eyes on Fred's nose? We've had a right laugh on this stream, haven't we? Hello, Liam Elaine. Hiya, how you doing on YouTube? Here, everybody, Liam Elaine's watching via YouTube. How exotic is that? All right, Chris on YouTube as well. Here, everybody that's on YouTube, the party is actually over at twitch.tv/1030. We've got quite an active chat and a couple hundred people over at twitch.tv/1030. So if you're currently watching on YouTube, but you fancy like joining in a bit of banter and all of that, get yourself over to Twitch, man. It's honestly better. Twitch.tv/1030. Play the Angel scam call. Aye. This is an edited version.
Good. Thank you so much for staying on the line. My name is Ali, and the sales supervisor has to pull up your account. Otherwise, we can't tell you anything.
Just for clarity, can I say this call has been recorded on my end as well? And it's currently being broadcast live in front of about 200 people.
It's also recorded from company side.
Yep.
This call is also recorded from the EE network, so don't worry about that, okay?
Don't worry about it, but
this lasts 9 minutes. I'm not going to play it all. But basically, the guy phoned me up and he said he was an angel. Conversation got trippy, man.
Yeah, we just providing live podcast.
He started putting on like a voice and stuff. It's 9 minutes long, right? But I highly recommend you watch all of this.
Oh, not a big problem.
I just hung up. I was feeling a bit sick.
So that's only at 3 minutes in. And I speak to him quite a bit after that. He told me he was literally an angel. Fucking spooked me. So if you want to see all of that, 10 minutes long, it's on tiktok.com/@1030jh. Kyber Spy says not touching TikTok, not even with a 10-foot pole. I respect that, Kyber Spy. But if anybody else is into it, feel free. Also, if phone calls isn't your vibe, how's about a shower that plays the Kingdom of Scotland? So that's a bit of content there. That's a bit of content there for you, isn't it? I feel the love for my kingdom, the Kingdom of Scotland is keeping me strong. Should have cleaned that pole. That pole's now a lot cleaner than what you see here. Don't know why it looks like that. Have we got anything else that's interesting?
Me a the nutter, original, mad, nutter, original, nutter, original, mad, nutter, original, me a the nutter, me better than the bad, work hard, get off.
That's me in Grand Theft Auto. I'd like to hear how's about a full playthrough of Grand Theft Auto 5 on stream, but with this modified character. That would be cool. So is it Michael you call him? The guy, and he's got a son and you need to let the son win the bike ride, but then the son isn't very likeable anyway and the story sort of falls apart. That character's called Michael, isn't he? We could play GTA 5 with me as Michael. I think we need to do that at some point. I've already done it all. I've already done all the work. You know what I mean? It is Junglist massive. It's not Jungle is massive. It's Junglist, as in jungleism. You should know all of that. You should know that. Come on now, behave yourselves. So maybe at some point we'll play GTA 5 as me. That could be exciting. Here's a wee documentation of a project that I did recently. About a year ago, I got a mate to take about 200 photos of my head, and I was able to 3D print the head. It's a reasonable likeness. So this process interested me, and recently on Twitch I was able to use similar tools to make something quite interesting. I took a clip of The Shining. I had to mask out the actors, which just left me with the background, and then I took the frames of the background, put that into the 3D scanning software, and it actually made a level. Well, it made a model. I actually made a 3D model of the set that Kubrick used in the late 70s. It's incredible. So the next step is to take that a wee bit further and to do it with a couple of other shots from The Shining. And I can't wait. About a year ago, so I did revisit that with a Gaussian splatting quite recently, and you can see that on Twitter. Stuck it on Twitter. Here's a video that I made. In fact, I've played this recently. Here, will we just get upstairs? Will we just bloody go upstairs, everybody, and start the jobs that we're doing today rather than looking at stuff for the past? Do you want to just actually get on with stuff that we're here to bloody well do today? Thanks, everybody. I've now got over 650 followers on TikTok. Once again, if you happen to have TikTok, there's the link in the chat. I highly recommend you go over, you follow me there, and if enough of you do that, then potentially I can stream. Hiya.
Hi.
Oh, hiya, Freddie. How you doing, man? Did you... What's that?
He was looking for you.
You looking for me, Freddie? Freddie, where are you, pal?
Go say hi to Jim.
Did you hear my voice on the telly?
Yeah.
And you were wondering where I was?
Yeah, you were.
Was I talking about you, Freddie, on the telly? And you wanted to speak back? Oh, you getting all embarrassed, wee man?
Yeah, no shy.
Oh, he's all shy. He's just... He's scratching it.
Right.
See you later. Wee Fred. Gaussian splatting does sound like the aftermath of a dodgy kebab. So, Fred has started doing a thing where he'll scratch his side, right? But he scratches his side using one of his back legs. And it's the coolest thing I've ever seen, man. I mean, he's been doing it for a wee bit, but I need to catch it on video. It looks so effortless but cool at the same time. So his front two paws are on the ground. One of his back paws are on the ground. but his other back paw, he's just like that. And he seems to get like just the exact point that he's aiming for and all that sort of stuff. Oh, it's fantastic, man. It's one of my favourite things that he does. Anyway, let's bounce upstairs. Shall we bounce upstairs? I think we shall, because we've got a lot of work to do today, everybody. We're already a wee bit behind. Isn't it? We're already a wee bit behind. Did he learn it from a cat? No, it's his own invention. A Gaussian splatting, I know absolutely nothing, do I? A Gaussian splatting, Anna Realta, you've missed a couple of weeks worth of the Twitch stream. I'll show you a Gaussian splatting, but it's basically every time I open the Twitter app, it just opens Edge. And that never used to happen. Twitter app on Windows, I click it, and it just opens the Edge browser. Wild. I'll try it on here, but basically Gaussian splatting, Anna Realta, is a new type of 3D scanning. So I just showed a video there where I 3D scanned The Shining using an old type of 3D scanning. Well, Gaussian splatting is a new type of 3D scanning that looks a wee bit different, works a wee bit different. So here is an example of how Gaussian splatting looks with that same shot for The Shining. So that there is like a camera moving through 3D space. That isn't footage. So you're still getting like residual information for the actors that are here. So it didn't omit them at all. But what you're seeing here is a perfectly smooth camera move through 3D point cloud data that I was able to extract for The Shining using Gaussian splatting. So of course, the end goal in all of this would be, and how cool would it be if I could have time to do this, to have a wee bit of time off and build a replica of the Shining Maze, but make it like photorealistic and fantastic and have it in the Unreal Engine. I think that would be really cool. I used a similar process to 3D scan. I got this for Limmy. It's the prize that you get, you know, in that show that he watches, the 3-2-1. So this is the end prize. And since Limmy's helped me quite a bit with various things, but because he helped me get set up on Twitch and all of that sort of stuff, I wanted to get him something just to say thanks. So I know that he watches a lot of 3-2-1. So I got him this as that's the prize that you get if you're a contestant in 3-2-1. But before I handed it over, I just thought a artifact like this, a culturally relevant artifact like this, needs to be 3D scanned. This needs to be archived for as a matter of cultural importance. But that's a similar strategy. So Gaussian splatting is just a new type of 3D scanning. So instead of photogrammetry, it's kind of like photogrammetry, but it's a wee bit different. Oh, here, see when I've got yous, I've started doing a new thing in ChatGPT. All right, Dave McDodd. Hello, this is Nickelodeon's Jamie. Hello, my name's Jamie, and I want to be a TV presenter when I grow up. Dave McDodd, thanks for watching me on YouTube. The party is at Twitch. So if you fancy joining in, we've got a very vibrant chat over on Twitch. Full of excellent part and all of that. Except it's not the prize they gave away. It is, Mr. Shamfer. It is. How come? There's a couple of different types of Dusty Bin. So over the seasons, Dusty Bin, the prize changed a wee bit. But I looked online, unless you know something I don't, Mr. Shamfer, tell me if you've got a factoid. But I looked online, and the still that I saw was that. Not true, Jimbo. I want evidence, Mr. Shamfer. Don't make me get... I'll compile evidence. It's the dud prize, isn't it? All right, hold on. Let's make sure we're both arguing the same thing. Are you saying that the contestants don't get the big remote-controlled dusty bin to take home, because I agree with that. The contestants get a ceramic small piggy bank thing, just like the one that I showed that was 3D scanned. However, over the course of many years of 321, the exact model of a piggy bank changed slightly, and some of them, his nose isn't red, etc. However, the model that I've shown you the 3D scan for, at some point, a visually identical one was indeed given away as the prize thing on the show. Would you contest anything that I've just said there? I love streaming, man. This is brilliant, isn't it? I think Mr. Shamford was trying to say that it's a rubbish bin. All right. That was a cheap knockoff that was being sold around the time 321 was popular. It's a money box. It is official merchandise. What's the connection between the game and 321 and rubbish bins? Fuck knows, Husey. I think a lot of people had lots of bad ideas back then. What I will say is, I don't think Lemmy was too impressed. He was like, oh, aye. I'm like, that was that. Mon will head upstairs, right? Mon, we will head upstairs. And I will use this. I will use this to see the chat. So if I go here, I've got an old phone. I really like this phone. This is like an iPhone olden days one. So if I carry this with me, that means that I get to see the chat. However, it just says connecting to chat. I wonder if it's actually that old that it's unable to render the Twitch chat. That would be a laugh, wouldn't it? Send it my way. I'll have the appropriate Wowie reaction. Thank you, Anna Realta. So Anna Realta's message is now coming up on the phone that I'm going to use to check the chat. That's fantastic. I've got lots of things that I need to do. I think I need to strap stuff onto myself, but most of the stuff to strap things onto myself is all upstairs. So I'll put this in my pocket. In fact, put this in this pocket. And let's open Epoch Cam. We're going upstairs, everybody. We're going to just have a lovely time at the end of the day. You excited? You excited? Right, Mon will show you what the plan is today, man. We've got a lot of things to do. A lot of activity upon the agenda, etc. What's the deal with Dusty Bin? Never seen 321. You're not missing much. It's I'd watch it via Lemmy stream rather than just sticking it on. He'll make it more entertaining. I see. This is the morning of our lives. This page isn't loading. Alright, so you're saying if it's got that on the bottom, then it's original? That's no the prize. No chance, man. Shall I get McDonald's, yay or nay? What do you want me to answer? So when I read that question out, what did you actually want me to say as the answer? Because that is the answer that you should go with. That's no the prize, man. That's rubbish. Here, we need to, before we go upstairs, let's get this investigation. All right, 3, 2, 1. Ted Rogers, right? We need the expert in, man. Where's Lemmy when you need him? Right, so here we go. I won't be watching this for too long, but basically this is the prop one that's in the studio. Over the course of the years, the design for the prize did change, because I looked into it a wee bit. However, on one of these episodes, I've saw this might be dodgy, man. It's the 80s, right? It's the 80s British TV. You don't know what you're going to get. So is there maybe a prize at the end? Aye, that is different from mine, definitely. It's no like that, though. Okay. To be continued, right? To be continued. But I did see a still of the version. That's why I got it. I mean, it was, I'll be truthful, it was about £8. So see, even if it isn't the right thing, let's just tell Limmy it's the right thing. But it is, though. Oh, I'm certain of it, it is. Is that Ali Bongo? What's going on here, man? This is why you can't watch 321 on Twitch. 321 Arabian Nights Magic. That's cool, that, isn't it? Nice one. We'll head upstairs. We'll head upstairs. It was a different time back then. It was a different time. Have you seen the State of 1030s one? Pablo Diablo says, if you're asking, the answer is always yes to a McDonald's. I just don't want to be implicated, Pablo Diablo. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be my fault. Anyway, we'll head upstairs. This is the morning of my... Right. So what we're going to do, got a lot of headies today, everybody. Got a lot of headies. What we're going to do is start off by doing a radical switch to... Hi there, how you doing? And we don't have doubled audio or anything like that, and you can hear me, and we're not out of sync or anything. Hello, what's even happening? So, I would like to introduce you to the issue that I want to fix. Okay. So, with all my lights that I've made recently, this one isn't working. Hold on, wait till I get a wide angle view. This light doesn't switch on. This light does. This light does. And this light does when I want it to. But this light isn't switching on. And I think the issue there is to do with wiring. And I'll show you, look. So behind here we've got this wire that unplugs. And I think I've made this wire really poorly. So we're going to go upstairs, we're going to check the continuity of it. And maybe even solder it together again. So this wire goes to here. So we're going to go and fix that. However, at the same time, I wonder if I should revisit this board here. Because these three connectors, right, over here, actually plug into three of these plugs. And these plugs aren't really that good. Do you know what I mean? Because they've got like a converter. And they've got an international plug. And there's three of these, right? Three of these plugs are going in 1, 2, 3 here. However, see if I just remove them, I think I could power all three via one power supply, which is this one. And that would free up loads of sockets and it would eliminate this sort of dodgy setup. Look at this. And I think we should do that today, everybody. What do you think? I wasn't going to do it today, but I think we should do it today. And I think when we do, it's going to be fantastic. What do you think, everybody? Will we do that? I think we should. Okay. Sorry, I'm just sort of psychically committing to the amount of work that I've got ahead of me. What we need to do first is remove this. So that is the plug for this. This is the only light that was actually feeding mains voltage into this wee box. And all the other plugs are just plugging DC. But that mains voltage one is sort of
one that I don't want to mess about with too much. So before I did anything else, I turned off the mains voltage. And what I need to do is carry this full thing as one object upstairs. We need to unclip this for here. And then I wish I had my head mount thing, but it's upstairs, so I'm going to sort of be fumbling for a bit until we get up there. First things first, this cable that needs to be fixed is something that I'm going to put in a pocket. Actually, we can do that. This is exciting, isn't it? This is very exciting. This looks like a diagram of a fire hazard test, exactly. So let's get rid of it all and let's make it all safe and nice and lovely. Well, we'll just make my life safe and nice and lovely. So what we need to do first is grab this. I need to go up a ladder holding all this shite. And then we grab this. Grab all of this stuff. I think that's everything I need. Mom spaghetti. Mom's sweaty. Alright, we'll head over here, folks. This is very exciting, isn't it? Oh, hiya, wee boy. How you doing, Freddy? Freddy, were you licking the licky mat? Have you got some nice licky treats there? You licking peanut butter up? Oh, yeah, wee funny boy, ain't you, Freddy? Yeah, sorry I interrupted you there, pal. Oh, as you were. As you were. You're a good boy, Fred the doggy. See you later, my pal. Wow. Try and just climb up here with my hands full. Put that down here. And then a big bucket of water. Big bucket of water, I forgot was there. It's useful, isn't it? Right. Oh, it's cold up here. I just sat down in this leather chair. And my wee bahooky's a bit cold. Right, let's put this big bit of water over here. Sorry, I potentially just showed you my earth. Sorry about that. Okay, so what did I bring up? I brought up my phone. Should get a wee heater for up there. Got one. B2 Tech says okay wood. Okay wood indeed. So got a wee heater here. I've just put the wee heater on, everybody. We're laughing, man. Right. Fred, are you going to be playing with your puzzles? Oh, Freddie, you got a wee stupid wee bit of plastic? You came in for Rachel? So, now we have a wee heater. I think the heater should be off the floor. No, I think the heater should be like under the floor, as close to me as possible. Right, everybody, we are in the loft, man. Halsey says lovely. Okay, I think it's time to begin. Now, before we begin, let's make sure we have all the accoutrements. We've got this, remember this that I brought for downstairs? Now, I would like to test the continuity of this. And in order to test the continuity of stuff, you can get a thing called electrician's Jabby Prodder Boy. And it's for prodding stuff. It's got 2 wee spikes and it's for jabbing stuff. And it's for prodding stuff. And I don't know where mine is. And it should be about... Give me a wee second, everybody. It's the sort of thing that I did tidy. You might as well look for it when I'm looking for it. Sort of thing that will probably be in like here. I mean, I could just rewire it because it's going to need to get rewired anyway. But where's the... There it is. So let's see where the fault is. Can everybody see and hear me? A multimeter, that's it. A multimeter. Anna Realtor, I haven't really spoke about Halloween because I've got something planned, but I don't know if I can pull it off. So I haven't really promoted it, and I'm going to have to make a decision tonight if I'm going to proceed or if I'm going to just shelf it, because I don't want to do it half-arsed. And if I can't do it this year, I would like to do it full-arsed, maybe next year or maybe for Christmas. But I'd like to do it this year. So, can't give too much away, but there's a couple of things that I need to consider. But I really want to do it good. Okay, so I've now got a multimeter, and I'm going to use this multimeter to check continuity to see if this wire is gubbed or not. So there's continuity, let's see, on the internal pin of the wire. Aye, yep. So what about on the ground? Is there continuity on the ground? Turns out there is continuity on the ground. And so because of that, I don't know why that hasn't been working all this time. Because this cable's kind of perfect. Anyway, we've got other things that we need to be doing to this. So, let us put our cable issue to the side for just a second. I've got this heater just underneath me, and it's the first time it's been switched on in quite a while. It's absolutely tiny, but because it's the first time it's been switched on in quite a while, I'm getting like a smell of burning from it. And obviously, because I'm like in this room filled with all of this crap, any wee slight of burning that I can smell, I'm just really paranoid. I'm like, oh no, no, no. But it's fine. It's just dust is burning from a heater. But every second, I'm like, oh no, oh my god, oh my god, oh no. I would love to see another legendary 10:30 Halloween stream. I'd love to do another one. If it's happening, it'll be on Halloween night. But I don't want to promote something that I can't pull off, so I'm not going to speak about it. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But the last 2 Halloweens were pretty good, weren't they? If I do say so myself, I very much enjoyed putting all the work into it that I did. Okay, folks, it's time to modify this ESP32 device. So I need to consider what we're doing here. So I will show you what we've got. And I need to sort of think out loud when I'm doing this a wee bit. So bear with me, but basically I'll clear up the shot a wee bit. Oh, the shot looks beautiful now. Look at that. There we go. Lovely. So in this device here, Sounded like a war zone outside when you were sitting there last Halloween. Oh, it was very scary. Thankfully, Rachel came home and saved the day. I'm a dangerous man. Right, so this is the pattern that we're exposing ourselves to here. All of these are soldered incorrectly. So as a matter of importance, we need to get rid of all of them. Because these have got 3 pins. And for the ground one, I didn't solder them to the ground sleeve. I soldered them to like this third thing, and then I had to bridge the third thing to... It was a big mess, man, but I got it working in the end. You know what I mean? However, right now is the time to probably fix all of this. So what I would like to do is not have 6 of these, only have 3 of these. And then have power coming in from this guy here. So this in here is the Meanwell power supply. And let's just start simple, right? So imagine this is connected here. Right, so what we're going to need to do is connect power from here to here. I'm going to do that via some heavy duty cables that I bought just especially. Should have swapped the cable into another lamp. I don't know what you mean. This lamp's fine, the lamp cable's grand. Let me see. I don't have a blade up here, but I do have this stuff. Right, so maybe get a wee bit of slack like this. Here, what does everybody think of this silicon wire? I don't know if I fully trust it. Is it supposed to be better for the environment or something? It just feels like it's ready to just burn away to nothing. But obviously it isn't because it's silicone. But like, difficult to strip and stuff. Or maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Don't know, it does feel like the future. I want to like it. Like so. So that's a big thick bit of wire. Right, so I'm on low power mode on my phone. Do you know, this wire's maybe a bit too thick. So 2 sides of that needs to go into here and here. I think it's maybe time we remove all of this. Do you know something? I've got a couple of new versions of this. If you can smell the plastic, it's shite plastic. Well, I can't smell the plastic. It's silicone and not plastic. Have you seen the videos of silicone being mixed on YouTube? I haven't. No, I haven't. You alright, Rachel? Freddie is being a cheeky boy today. Freddie, get your shit together, mate. Oh, wee buddy. He's been a very cheeky boy today. He did. He told us. Rachel asked Fred this morning, are you going to be naughty? Are you going to be nice? And he just gave her a wee evil face. He went, meh. Rachel's like, okay, well, that's my answer. Right. Let's completely dismantle this before we start from scratch again, right? Sometimes you need to burn things down before you rebuild them or something. So I've got a couple of screws in the centre of this. So we're taking them out. What day is this? Is this Thursday? Fuck, now the phone's off again, so now I need to... Is it Wednesday? So it is. Thank you. Would be fantastic to have power for this. Rachel! In fact, it's fine. It's alright. I was going to ask you to try and find a power bank and a cable. In fact, know how in the living room, behind the green couch, there's a power bank, and it might have an iPhone cable also plugged into it. Thank you. Some woman, that Rachel, by the way. Silicon wires are more flexible and rarely break. Interesting. I wonder if there's better heat resistance or something. You know what I mean? If a silicon wire goes on fire compared to a plastic wire. You know what I'm saying?
Get you in from Bob.
Thank you. It'll make my life a lot easier. Right, so let's just unwire all the work that we've put into this. You alright, Rachel?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, I'll meet you halfway. Yeah, I'm getting old as well. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. You're some woman. So now, thanks to Rachel's help, we can have better Twitch chat. And so here's the deal. Here's what I want to do is get the computer up here working a wee bit better so that I can stream for here without having to use a phone for the chat. Hello, Terrible Clun. How you doing? Welcome in. We are rewiring all of this crap and making it beautiful and brilliant. So let's get rid of all of this. Rid of that. Rid of that. All of this stuff. Take that out. And that's the way, and that's how we're doing it. So take all of that out. Take that, there we go. So successfully dewired quite a bit. I think we will, just for the sake of this, undo that bit as well, just so that I can get into it a wee bit better. So this here is obviously the relay that's got the physical lamp switch to it. Pulled out there. Sorted. Okie dokie. So I've freed up and sort of exposed this main board. I wonder where the wee components were for... There's one here. I think there's another nut kicking about, but anyway. There it is, found it. Put that up there. How you doing, Terrible Clun? Welcome in. Thanks very much for joining me once again here today. So this is, if you're unfamiliar, everybody, this is an invention that I've made called the Lightbox. And it operates via an ESP32, which is just basically a microchip, right? And you can write code and you can upload that code to your microchip. And the code that I've uploaded to this microchip right here connects to the wireless internet, and whenever I send it commands to switch things off and on, it switches those things off and on. And in my instance, what I'm switching off and on is lights for my stream downstairs, and it's this box here that does the full shebang. However, right now, all my lights are powered via their own separate power supply, but I would like to power them all via this, and that'll just be a better way of living my life. So, I wonder if I should make this cable a bit longer. I think I definitely should. I'm trying to integrate it into one big unit sort of thing, rather than having 3 separate plugs. You know what I mean? Because all the plugs are a bit rubbish. And I would like to eliminate any fires and stuff. That's what Google says about it. Silicon is highly UV resistant and highly chemical resistant. Another key characteristic of silicon is that it's extremely flexible. Silicon is very soft material and therefore not very durable. Common uses for silicon will be automotive wiring, aerospace wiring, and heating systems. Interesting. Its durability, for me, it seems like plastic wire is a bit more durable. But then I wonder if, is silicon better for the environment than like say plastic, like say, what would other wire be made out of? Like PVC or something? Who knows, man? Right, so this is heavy gauge wire because all the power's going through this. So I think I've got this, what is this, like 14 gauge or something? How is it for when the wire is stretched? I think all the tension will be on the wire rather than on the sleeve. Moss Face, how you doing? Thank you very much for subbing, Moss Face. Welcome in. It's fantastic to see you. Thank you very much for all the support. And Daydream Nation, thanks very much for subbing. 2 subs, bang bang, one after another. Thank you very, very much for that. I hope you're all doing fantastic. Let's open this. And let us open this. And once again, everybody, if you happen to be watching this on YouTube, feel free, if you fancy, to actually follow me and watch it on Twitch instead, because we're multi-streaming. So not only is this on YouTube, but the actual party is happening over at Twitch, man. It's raucous what's happening in the chat right now. Everybody's just whipping each other with belts, man. The chat's just going fantastic. Everybody's getting right into this ESP32 project that I'm making. So if you're on YouTube, get yourself over to Twitch, man. It's all kicking off and all of that. Certain types of silicon can withstand high temperatures. I see. Well, we can maybe try burning a bit of this in a minute. Alright, so fuck that in there like so. And then I'm going to just, with that held in, give these a right big tighten up. So because this can be powered directly from 15 volts, I can power the board from this, whereas the previous version of this, I had to power the board via USB, and so that was another USB plug charger that I had set up. So after I've done this wee bit of wiring, I think I'm going to save maybe 4 plug sockets, and I need my plug sockets. Right, so all of that's looking good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Next up, what we simply need to do is go over here. We'll head over here. And I'll show you what we're after. We are after one of these. Sort of thing you could get in Rust. One of these, right? We're going to open that up. It's exciting, this, isn't it? So, we've got this here, and what we need to do is cut this open and basically just take the 3 wires and feed them into here. So without further ado, let's get that done. And it's a good job I happen to have a pile of old power supply unit cables, isn't it? So obviously before you do this bit, make sure the other end isn't plugged in. Should go without saying. It looks like rust, doesn't it? You get this in Rust. See that there? That is a Rust object. So let's cut this off like so. Does anybody know how to turn a phone off of power saving mode? So see if I'm in iOS and the phone is on power saving mode, but I've plugged it in, so it shouldn't go to sleep every bloody 2 seconds. I'm sure I could do it if I had a look, but I don't want to spend the stream pissing about looking in my phone settings, you know what I mean? Having my shortcuts, that's a good shout. I've only got light bulbs getting switched off and on in my shortcuts. Can Siri do it? Go to battery settings, right? One will do it together, right? One will do it together, and at least that'll provide a bit of value. So, settings. Settings. As I said, settings. 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 And then we go into battery settings. Battery. Low power mode off. There we go. And now we can go back into this. Boom shakalaka. There we go. You can change the auto lock time also. It's already changed. Already changed. It will still turn off. Really? So auto lock is definitely off. The only reason it is going off is because it's low battery, and foolishly I put it into low power mode. But if it's out of low power mode, it won't lock because I've got that phone set up to be a dedicated stream helper phone. So the only way that it can cause me bother is if it happens to go into low power mode, then it'll decide to lock every now and again. Magic. Cool. Well, I think we did it, team. I think we did it. So far, so good. And right now I'm just taking a razor blade to... This is the sort of pattern that if I was a wee boy, I would get in so much trouble, man. Here, imagine I was a wee boy and my mum came in and saw me just messing about with like a razor blade, taking the edge off of a... Do you know what I mean? Imagine that, everybody. Goodness me. I still get the fear about that, even though I'm 37 years old. Sometimes I just sort of catch myself. Saying, are you behaving? What are you doing? Why? Right, so we need to expose these 3 wires. Careful of the fingers. I know, mate, I know. So just try and expose a bit of this. This is the sort of wire that doesn't want to be cut open. This is a sort of wire that's designed to be encased once and never to be opened ever again. I do need a pair of snips. She just asked if it's plugged in. No, it isn't plugged in. It's not plugged in. I think this is why I've got an anxiety disorder. Breaking news, Twitch streamer 1030 lobs fingertips off live on stream shortly before electrocuting himself because he forgot that the thing he was working on was plugged in. Alright, cut this down just a bit more. In fact, that's probably enough. I'm happy with this. Right, we'll just cut the edge here. Yeah, man, this is going to be great. So does anybody remember what one's live, what one's earth and what one's neutral? I remember it via my physics teacher who reminds you that green is earth because Celtic Football Club is the best team on earth and they play in green. And brown is... 2 seconds. I still remember that. So we're talking... Whoops. What one's live and what one's neutral? Brown's live in it, blue's neutral, and that is earth. Yep. That physics teacher ended up getting done, man, for some fucking bad shit. And it's bogus because he was actually one of the better teachers in there. I liked him up until I realised, no, he too's a bad man. Horrible. Brown means poop your pants because it's live, isn't it? Always check continuity on cables you cut open, they might not have been wired properly. Well, I've used this plug and it didn't blow up, so I assume that this is correct. But I know what you're saying. I love these wire cutters, or wire strippers rather. Yellow and black, stay the fuck back, aye. I don't like the rhyming mnemonics because you can easily remember them incorrectly and they still rhyme. Like for the bear mnemonics, if it's black, get back. If it's brown, stand your ground. Meaning a black bear, don't fuck with it. If it's a brown bear, fuck with it, man, it's fine, fuck brown bears. But you could also say, if it's brown, get down. If it's black, stand back. Or so, do you know what I mean? And seeing that confusion, seeing that half-second confusion when I'm trying to remember my bear rhymes, bang, the bear's fucking got me. The bear sees a window. The bear sees a 2.5 second window and me being confused, trying to remember rhymes, bang, just fucking mauls me right across the face. Do you know what I mean? Aye, polar bear, if you see a polar bear, you're already dead, basically. If you see a polar bear, they are fearsome, fearsome creatures. I've been told. Okay, so what we're going to do is connect this into the wall. And in the process of doing so, I think I can strip a bit more of these, this, and I'm going to strip a bit more of this, just to have a better connection. I could just proceed the way we currently are, but I'd like it to be the best that it can be. And especially if I'm messing with mains power supply, I'm going to take an extra wee 20 minutes and make everything correct. Do you know what I mean? We might as well. We might as well. But thanks very much for joining me here, folks. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to do this stuff with my life. And this is all I want to really do in my life, is these cool projects. So thank you very, very much for making it all happen. I could 1v1 a bear, no problem. I believe you, mate. I definitely believe you. Right. So I just want a bit more length here, considering we are playing with one of these sort of LED power things. Alright, Gibbs, basically, know how the thing that I made to turn my lights off and on, we're rewiring that and making that a lot better, because the way it was made before was a bit shite. So I've now got a dedicated power supply for it. Oh, aye, beneath the headphones, that would be class. Do excuse me if you can't quite see what's happening here, but basically we're just exposing wires, right? And now I'm going to strip these again, just because they weren't quite stripped to the required length previously. Can I strip 2 of these at the same time? Yes, I can. So they will provide better contact to that now. Could probably even get away with them being a wee bit longer, but let's not go mad, eh? Just to give them a bit more contact. So the live, and could somebody in the chat correct me if I'm wrong about this, because it is literally life or death, but I believe the live is brown. Fuck that into here. Fasten that all good. So brown is live. Hello Rhinoceros, how you doing? And then blue is neutral. Get that slotted all in there, all safely and lovelily. These power supplies are fantastic. It's one of these that's powering the bubble robot. Actually, it's a power supply for a server power supply. It's powering the bubble robot. But I've got a lot of these kicking about. But I had to order this one specifically because I didn't have... This is 15 volts, this one. I didn't have one that was 15 volts. And it's 24 amps, and that means that it could hopefully power one of the LED strings as well. So that's all rather exciting, isn't it? If you're into that sort of thing. Right, so let's triple check. Let's absolutely triple check this, and I will let a second pair of eyes look over it just now. Earth, ground, that yin, and it's fucking green and yellow. That is very, very clearly the ground cable, isn't it? Yes, it is. Then we've got the neutral cable, which is blue. And this is very clearly the neutral cable, and that's that. And then we've got live, and that is brown, and that goes in there. And all of these are securely in. And if I examine it up close, there isn't any wee tiny wee bits of wires that's causing a bridge or a connection or anything like that. And that's rock solid. There we go, I think that's successful. Everything else I'm not going to be as paranoid about, because if I wire anything else wrong, it's not as if it can kill me. That there can kill me though. That there can kill me. Anyway. Always worth doing. Double check with continuity tests. Aye, sure. Do you know what I need? Is a multimeter that beeps. And also a multimeter that I don't keep bloody losing. Right, so see that 1, if that goes to 0, that means that we've got continuity. And what I'd like to do is check continuity with ground, so that 1 should go to 0. Yep. And then if I'm wiring the plug, the blue goes to the left because that's live. No, the blue goes to the left because it's neutral. I've got continuity to there, and the brown goes to the right because that's live, and the brown, I'm stressing blue and brown because you use the second letter. See, when you're wiring a plug, the blue goes left and the brown goes right because the second letter of blue is L for left and the second letter of brown is right. But obviously, don't put blue left and brown right if your plug is in that orientation. Or is it that orientation? Anyway, don't worry about it. What is the worst that can happen? Do you know what I mean? Literally, what's the worst that could happen? Wiring a plug is a lost art these days, Gibbs. It's all done via computers. Do you know what I mean? Right, let's put this away. And next up, I wonder if I could do anything with this. Nah, I'll bin it. That's what I'll do with it. Stick it in the bin. Next up, we need to fix all of this nonsense, man. All of this nonsense. Because I'm not having this. But basically, 3 of these is for the output going to 3 separate lights. The other 3 of these are for the inputs coming for 3 separate power supplies. However, I'm not using the 3 power supplies, I'm only using the 3 outputs, so we're going to eliminate 3 of these and keep 3 of these. And let's do that right now. That's exciting, isn't it? We all had to learn how to wire a plug in school, makes me feel old. I'm sure, don't they still teach people how to wire plugs? Surely that's not a thing of the past, is it? Any young people in? Did you get taught how to wire a plug when you were in school? Young people. Not anymore? Really? How come? That is, how young's young? I don't know. Like, if you've got in to contribute, do you know what I mean? Is 27 young? Well, did you get taught how to wire a plug? It's because years ago appliances came without a plug. Some still do. I've never been taught this, and I did higher physics. Shit, I think we were taught it in like primary school or something. White goods come with plugs, less need for everyone to know. I'm 33 and didn't get taught it. Really? Here. I'm going to become a politician with a single issue, and that single issue is we need to teach the Waynes how to wire plugs, everybody. Waynes these days don't know how to wire the plugs, and that's how they're hitting the drink. And they're confronted with scenarios in life where they're a bit self-conscious because the scenario requires them to know how to wire a plug, and they don't know how to wire a plug. And instead of just coming out and being like, I don't know how to do this, they're getting caught up in all their dangerous vapes and all of that, aren't they? These young people. It's a disgrace. I've come up with a great idea, everybody. See this scenario? I can't be fucked fixing it because it looks horrible. So see, instead of trying to fix that, why don't we just use new ones? That is a much better idea. That is a much better idea. Wee Shed says, my dad showed me. I think you might have showed me. I'm 48 and got taught it several times. Very average teacher, though. I mean, it's not a difficult thing to do. But it'd be useful to learn it when you're a wee person. Here's how to wire a plug. It might come in useful later in life. There's a partner crisis and a plug crisis. Exactly, base embrace. And together we can fix this. You know what I mean? Right, let's remove all of these. Also, I could be doing with some 3-in-1 oil, but I think it's outside. Let's remove all of these. I think these will be harder to remove than when I added them because they're all soldered in the back. But I'm glad I made this wee box. It achieves a similar functionality as all the Elgato lights and things, except it's a fraction of the price, and this one has got a much higher chance of going on fire. And I came up with it myself. So all the source code for this is online if anybody wants to build one. I think it was about £10 in parts. And it means that you can, if you've got the boffin skills, you can have the computer switch your lights off and on. That's very exciting, isn't it? Right, so let's get rid of these. And then I'll do the same here. My GCSE electronics final project was to make a small black box with a flashing LED. Didn't work. Luckily, we were graded on class average, which simultaneously saved me and fucked everyone else. Amazing. I bet the Hitman chart, I did tidy the loft and then it got a bit wild again. I had one single thing on Faraday thing convention in the gym hall and then never got to do anything practical with electronics ever again. Don't get me wrong, I never really get taught electronics properly, but I did get taught how to wire a plug. But I think it was like one of those things, it happened one afternoon once and that was it. But most, if not all, of my electronics knowledge just comes for me footering about and breaking stuff and not getting in too much trouble for breaking things. And then later on in life, I started putting the things back together that I would break. Right, so we're nearly through the worst of this, everybody. This is a horrible wee shitty bit of the project where we're trying to remove these old connectors. Rubbish wee bit of the project, right? So we'll get all of them away. Away. There we go. And that says get a fantastic, nice, clean project box and see all of this nonsense that's been soldered incorrectly and all of that. All that can go away, man. Nobody needs that. Away you go. I'll use you for something else. Brian's text off says, I remember the wiring a main plug lesson. Don't think anyone else in the class managed it. I only knew what to do as I had done loads at home. I see. Anna Realta says, I'm glad your parents were good about your exploring. Aye, my parents were very cool. Always supportive. For the most part. I remember the only time I really got into trouble was I tried to do a magic trick once, and the magic trick was turning water into wine. Because I read about it. Apparently this hotshot magician did it about 1,000 years ago or something. 2,000 years ago, whatever. I don't know about the specifics. And apparently he made a big deal about it. So when I was a wee boy, I was like, easy peasy, man. I know magic tricks. I can turn water into wine. No bother at all. So I did it for my parents. I had a cardboard tube and I had a glass of water. And one side of the cardboard tube, I poured in the glass of water, and out the other side of the cardboard tube came red wine. I literally turned water into wine at age 6, age 7. Unfortunately, the wine spilled all over the cream carpet in the living room. It was red wine, and it just pissed all over everywhere. And my mum wasn't too happy. And I was trying to say to her, don't you see the bigger picture here? Like, I'm a mad deity. Do you know what? Jesus did that, and I can do it. And you're moaning about a carpet? I'm the son of God, Mum. But she wasn't for having it. She didn't see the bigger picture. But for the most part, the pair of them were very, and still are, very, 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 very supportive of all my mad ideas and all my unusual whims and my atypical lifestyle. So thanks very much, Mum and Dad, for that. Did you clean the carpet? Nah, I was a wee boy, man. No cleaning fucking anything. I'm the son of God, man. I'm not cleaning anything. I'm Jesus, mate. You on about? He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Right, we'll get more of these out. Alright, I get this wee boy right here. I get that. And then we need one of these. And one of these. And then we need this times 3. Use the right size, I know, mate. I know. What about the bleach on the bedroom carpet? Aye. I mean, that wasn't really that big a deal. Do you know what that was about? It's because I wasn't allowed to use bleach. So I couldn't just use bleach in the kitchen in a responsible environment. I had to hide my bleach use. And because I had to hide the bleach use, meant that I had to do what I was doing in secret. And by virtue of doing it in secret, meant that I did it in a room that wasn't really equipped for it, and I accidentally had a spill and spilled it on the carpet. Now, you could argue that spilling the bleach on the carpet was ultimately my fault then. However, if the circumstance was such where I could use bleach openly and freely and didn't have to hide my bleach use, well then, the thing I was bleaching could have been bleached very safely in the kitchen. But as it happens, the bleach use had to be hidden away. And because of that, unfortunately, bleach was spilled, lessons were learned, mistakes were made, etc. and so on. What was I even bleaching? I can't remember. Can't even remember. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't be angry at the blasphemy. Here, 10:30 quiz question. What was the date of the first day in the 20th century? Asks Bet the Hitman Chart. Easy peasy, 1st of January. Easy peasy. Okay, so what we're doing now is try to wire this to this, and I think I might even need to do a wee diagram. Get a wee diagram in the go. Well, before I do that, we did cut off the power cable earlier, didn't we? So we could wire up power cable. Where's the box itself? Be great if I could just mount that on that, wouldn't it? With some standoffs or something, rather than putting it in that wee Tupperware thing. No, I think I need to put it in the wee Tupperware thing. I do love a wee diagram. I think we need to... Can that go through that? I did cut a wee hole here previously for... No, that won't be able to go through that. So I need to drill a hole... Oh my... Alright, I thought that was water on the inside. It isn't. It's just bits of solder and stuff. That's fine. I was like, where's that water coming from? Right, so if this goes back in here, right, then this comes out here. So right here, there needs to be a hole just right about here, I would say. Let's double check that. So they slot in there. That slots in there. So I'd say over a wee bit. I'd say probably about here. Right, and then do I need to go outside and drill that drill, or do you think I can probably open it here? It'd be good if I had a hole punch or some sort of heated thing, so I can't be arsed going outside, man, just to put a wee hole through that. I think I need to, it was the 1st of January 1901, well there you go. There you go. Use the soldering iron? No, I've got quite an expensive soldering iron. I was thinking it did flash across my brain for a wee second, but the soldering iron I've got is a bit too good to be doing that sort of stuff with. What I could do is just use this blade. Right, I'm going to do that now. I'm cutting out with a wee razor blade, and I'm doing it really quickly, so I'm using a surface that you can't quite see, because if I reposition the camera, the whole thing will take a wee bit longer. And I hope you understand that I'm trying to get this done kind of quickly because we've got stuff to do. You know what I mean? So I'm just using the side of a razor blade to cut a wee hole in this Tupperware box that looks a bit like this. Do you know what I mean? And if I keep at it and use different types of tools, then hopefully we can get through that wee hole. I need to go out and drill it, don't I? I need to go out and drill it. Inspire these things, inspire each other. Right, so I've managed to get through it with a screwdriver. And then, again, I'm doing this out of shot because it's a bit nasty, man. This isn't really the best strategy for... There we go. Cut a wee hole in it, just like that. Cut a wee hole in it. Perfect. So now... that goes into here. And then that goes into there, and that's a nice wee exit. Look at that, it's a perfect wee hole for the wee things to go. So now we can close that over, put that there, they can get connected in there, and that's a nice wee interface bit. Fantastic. That's great. I think I'll trim this a wee bit, and we'll mount this probably here. I reckon. Could mount it, nah, we'll mount it that way. I think I might even just get double stick tape or something. Might be something to do. Blood is TOS, so cutting off screen is sensible. Aye, exactly. Right, so what we're going to do now is include these 3 wee things here. So maybe take this out to do that. And then what do? We put these in from behind, like that. So we've got one. We've got, in fact, I'll put these over here because there's a bit more room this side of the box. I've got 1, 2. These are a bit tight. It's very hacky, this, but I'm glad that I got it working. Right, so I'll screw that into the plastic. This is a lot of fun. No, we'll screw it in. Fucking footery, man. Footery AF. Right, okay, so that's in. That's not going anywhere. And then the third one. That's exciting, isn't it, everybody? Third one we'll put in there. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I'll push that in properly. And then the other side, I'm not going to use the washers. We've got spring washers as well, but I don't need them. The other side, we're just going to put these nuts. Hopefully. This has got roughly 1 in. And then I'll add another here. Fucking footery. Footery as, mate. Footery as. Right, so they're now screwed in, and then we just need this one here. Sorted. And then let's sort of tighten them a wee bit so they're definitely not going anywhere. And then we can look at wiring them in. But I'll be so happy when all this is done. This is a project that I've been wanting to do on stream for years, man. Like, since I started streaming, I had this in the back of my head as a thing that could be done one day. Cool. They are solid. They're not going anywhere. Right, so what we need to do now is, I believe, join... Well, I suppose we don't need to join the grounds. They can have separate grounds. But I need to identify the pins that are good and the pins that are bad. So the pin that is bad is the one that goes in. So the pin that I don't want to solder onto is the one that's closest. So let me rotate these so that the pin that I don't want to solder on is the one that's furthest away. And I'm going to solder them in situ, right? Just because I like a challenge, man. Alright, so let's rotate that. So again, this third pin confused me on the first time that I made this. Right, so I'll rotate that round. So that third pin is far away. And then similarly with this one, third pin's the one that nobody wants to get into, and the other 2 pins should be accessible. There we go. You see how I've done that? So that third pin can go and do itself. And then what we are actually interested in, and I will observe here, is... I want to really double, triple, quadruple check here. The pin that we're not interested in is that one. So that's ground, that's live. That's ground, that's live. Let's just triple check. Yep. Yep. Cool. So ground is on the left, live is on the right here. Everybody okay? If you could remember that, that would be lovely. Thank you. Awfully fiddly, GP. Awfully fiddly, mate. But we're getting there. So today we're rebuilding a device that can turn my stream lights off and on whenever a robot assistant deems it necessary to do so. And that's quite exciting. What we need to do though is put this in, right? And I've got 3 wee connectors here. We need to marry these connectors up to these relays. Relay. What we're going to do first though is create a wee diagram. And I would like to create a diagram using a pen or using hello 1 2 3 7 8 9. Can you hear me? No? All good? I wonder what happened there. I hadn't muted it. So if I turn it background here, can you still hear this? 1 2 3 1 2 3 7 8 9. That's weird, isn't it? Who knows what that's about? Anyway, you didn't really miss much. I was just looking for paper. And now that I've found paper, let's get a wee bloody diagram on the go. Get a wee diagram as to how we're going to solve the issue. It's very exciting, isn't it? Very exciting. Okay, so basically what's going on is, right, I need to tidy again. We have got, I'll pull this over here. Now I've got an arm issue happening. Oh, fuck it. My mic's going everywhere. Right. Let's just say that this camera angle's a good one. Right? We're going handheld, folks. Alright, so the objective is we've got 3 relays, right? And then these have got like the ground bit in the centre, and then you've got your always on, your always off. So you've got 3 bits in these relays, okay? Now, what we also have from the main power supply is the plus and the minus. So what I would like to do is put the negative into all of these. And put the positive into the normally closed. And that's us, basically. That's us. So let's just do that. That's actually a lot simpler than the previous setup when I previously tried to build this. It's very exciting. Very, very exciting. that will short it when it closes. Yes, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. So what we've got is 3 lights, right? And so these lights have got 2 cables coming from. One's positive, one's negative. And what we need is, for that positive, so the negative is into the relay. Right, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Negative is into the ground. And then the positive from the power. Nah. What we do is, we've got a lamp. Right, so that's one lamp. And we've got, coming out of it, we've got the negative. And coming out of the other side, we've got the positive. And then we've got a relay over here. And that's got 3 bits in it. Right. And then we've got the main power supply, which has got plus and it's got minus. Okay. So what we need is for the plus of this to go into here. It's that, isn't it? It's that, isn't it? It is that. So the ground of the power is always connected, and the positive is connected via the relay. So when the relay is active, switches on. When the relay isn't active, that opens, switches off. This here needs to be the normally closed side. There we go. I figured it out, didn't I? I figured it out. I nearly balls that up there. Good job somebody was checking my work. Goodness me. Good job somebody was checking my work. Thank you very much, Flatulent Gonad. But that pencil is so satisfying to sketch with. It's alright, actually. It's not brilliant. Thank you very much, Flatulent Gonad. My brain wasn't fully operational there. I've made the same mistake. In my head, it made sense. I was like, oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But this is why I do these projects on stream, so is that somebody is keeping a wee eye on me, making sure I'm not making any silly mistakes. Takes me a couple of seconds sometimes. So with our diagram in hand, and that's why you make a diagram, right? How simple is this? It's the sort of thing that I would usually think, nah, I don't need to make a diagram. That is so simple. I'll just wire it, and then the full thing blows up, and you're like, oh, I've just made a very silly, trivial mistake. I should have made a diagram. That's why I make a diagram. Hello, Pedropolis. How you doing? Welcome in. We're on the light show today, Pedropolis. This is the bubble robot over here. But today we're still on the light show. Hopefully this is the last day of the light show. And then we can get tore into the bubble robot. Right, everybody, here is what's going down. Here, we've got the ground on the left and the live on the right. So it might actually be time to screw this in. And hopefully we can speed this whole process up a wee bit, eh? Actually, no, I'll solder it without that being in because it'll save room. Right, let's put the soldering iron on. Soldering iron is switched on. That's heating up just now. Now, let us have a wee look at this and see entirely how that is going to relate to this. So, I think we could make all the grounds common very easily, and that'll be fine, and that won't cause any issue. And in order to do so, I just need to link these 3 together and then link one of them into this, and I think that'll be fine. So what we're looking at here really is the 3 positive cables, and they just need to go from there to there. So let's find some cable. I would like to use, let's see what cable I should use here. We've got 2mm equipment wire. I think that'll probably be fine. We've got this stuff's a wee bit thinner. I think we'll go for this. Brimble components, 10 metres. I don't even need a fraction of that. I don't even need a fraction of that. Okie dokie. So, should I... In fact, maybe we use that as the red. What gauge is this? 0.2. If it's 0.2 millimetres, can it carry 12 volts at like 5? No, I'll use the thicker one, and I will sacrifice the fact that the wiring isn't going to be colour coded, right? But we're using thicker quality wire, so I don't really mind about colour coding. Okie dokie, folks. So what we need is 3 bits of wire. And I'll just get these cut just now. I'll put them a wee bit longer than what I need them. And that'll give us a bit more room flexibility. So there's wire 1 cut. Here is wire 2 cut. And here is wire 3 cut. Right. So now what we need to do is, are we all enjoying ourselves here, everybody, today? What we need to do is strip this, like so. Do this a couple of times. Get that stripped. And then lastly, this one here. Okay. So the other side of these is going into the relays, so they need to be stripped as well. I wonder if I could strip all these together in one swift go. Look at that. 3 of them. Think I could strip all of these in the one go? One will find out. One will find out, folks. Oh, this is risky. This is danger electronics, man. What is this guy up to? Right, so you can't strip them in one go, just do them individually and I'll stop being an arse. Here we go, okie dokie. So, need to get all these twisted. So one side of this is going on all the live bits of here, and the other side is going on the relay. Relay? Yes, relay. And that's all really exciting, man. So I'll get all these twisted. I like so. And then, I believe we can start soldering. So let me have a wee look and I will double check what bits are the live and what bits are the ground. So that there is definitely the ground, and that means that that bit is the live. So if there's a gap, it means it's live. So on the right here, that's live, that's live, that's live. That's live. That's live. And that's live. And that's ground, and that's ground, and that's ground. And this third pin at the back, we don't bother with. I wonder if I should connect the grounds first. Maybe. Right. Let's get soldered. This is exciting, isn't it? Beneath the headphones, you fill your boots, mate. You enjoy yourself. This is all very, very exciting. Okay, so solder. Using some lead-free solder today. Just for a change. Actually, I mainly only use lead-free solder, but I've heard that actual lead solder is substantially better. But I've not used it that much. Right, so I suppose we should pre-tin these, shouldn't we? I need a pair of helping hands or similar. And again, instead of using proper ventilation, I'm just sort of blowing on it rather than do what health and safety people would have you do. I'm just sort of blowing on it, hold my breath, which isn't the right solution. I should have proper ventilation. But you know what? I don't. That's that one tinned, and then this bit here. Get a wee bit of tinning happening here. Very exciting, man. Any update on the bubble robot? It's sitting right here, and it's actually sort of finished. So all the electronics is done. Everything's done except from the chemistry of the bubble. So I had it finished. I had it all sort of working. Well, literally working. But the bubbles looked like shit. So I don't know what's up with what I'm using for the bubble liquid, but the bubbles just weren't colourful at all. Because I was ready to put it live. And then something else happened, and so that was a good couple of months ago. So after this light thing, I've got a Halloween thing that I might not do, but if I'm doing it, I need to do it right now. And once we're the other side of that, it's going to be the bubble robot, man. It's going to be the bubble robots. Tip Tinner reporting. That's right back in the SSRIs. We've got a bit of Tip Tinner. Okay, so 3 of these, which has been tinned. That one's tinned. This one isn't tinned. Did I tin 2 sides of the same thing? I'm sure I tinned 3 things. Is this not tinned? Good grief. So basically we solder them on, put them into the relays, solder the grounds on, and then that's us. We're laughing. That's us. We've got a completed, finished project. As long as when we plug it into the wall, it doesn't go bang. And it might. It might go bang. But hopefully we won't release the magic smoke. But stay tuned to find out. Okay, so this here should pop through there. And if that does pop through there, I can just apply a wee bit of solder. And then we're laughing. Just make sure you can see this, more or less. More or less. Give that a wee, like, bend, like that, you know what I mean? Then stick that in here. I think it's, see, because I tinned it, I think it's now too big to actually go through the bloody bit. What a mess. Come on, you wee bastard, you. Cool, so it's actually too soldered. Or the wire is too thick a gauge. So maybe in this instance I shouldn't have tinned the tip. Or sorry, shouldn't have, you know what I mean. Tinned the wires. In spite these things. There we go, that'll do it. And we'll just add that one onto here. Boom, soldered. Next. Pop that. Sure, I can maybe cut that a wee bit. Like so. And just pop this through here like so. The wee holes could be a bit bigger, couldn't they? Pull it closer so I can see what I'm doing, man. So that there goes through there fantastically, just like that. I'll give that a wee solder. And then, only 4 more bits to solder and the full project's finished after this. There we go. Very exciting, isn't it? Now, this wee bit here, we can add this. I'm just making sure that the chat hasn't frozen, and in actuality, you're all just very captivated with what I'm doing here right now. And you're stunned into silence. So nobody's typing anything. I think that's what's happening, isn't it? Is you're all just... And it's not that I've got connectivity issues. Aye, there we go, there we go. You're invested exactly. I was just double checking. So if we add this bit into here, right, and we get that soldered. It's all coming together, folks. It's all coming together, lovely jubbly. Right, so we get that soldered on here, right? Get that soldered in. All nice. He's cutting bushes in the garden, man. A very, very busy guy beneath the headphones. I am envious of your productivity. Right. That all looks very, very good. Happy with all of that. Right, let's flatten this gear out. I could even put some heat shrink tubing down there if I was bothered, but I'll put a wee bit down. Inspired these things. Inspired my shadow. It was good seeing Jinzo in yesterday, wasn't it? Lovely laddie. Put a wee bit of heat shrink down onto here so that can't mess that up. And then we'll put a wee bit of heat shrink down onto here so that can't mess that up. Steve Zizou, thank you very, very much for subbing to me, Steve Zizou. Hope you're having a fantastic day, whatever you're up to. Thank you very much for the support. I just need to get to my shed. I've not been in it in about 50 months. Goodness me. It has gone very ASMR, hasn't it, Elsie? Very ASMR. I think I should have a lighter somewhere. I need to heat these up, but I don't have a lighter handy. I think there's one downstairs. So I'll maybe do the heating up later. I've got a soldering iron here, but I don't want to activate my heat shrink via soldering. Do you know what I mean? That's not really a good look. Okay, so now, next up, what I need to do is just join these ground wires together. Would be great if I could heat this up first. 2 wee seconds. I think I know where there's a lighter. But we're going to grab a lighter. Tell you what, everybody, I need a wee convenience break anyway. So how's about I will be back in about 2 minutes, right? I'll wait and stick the kettle on. I'm away to find a lighter, and I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll see you very soon. Bye. Did you sit in there listening to me? Mike's a good boy, isn't it? Thank you very much. I'm back. Here, never fear, I'm back, right? Don't even worry about it. Hello, how we doing? Hello, everybody. How we doing, man? Oh, it's all kicking off. Got a lighter. Got a lighter. You're busy in the garage cutting stuff with wireless headphones on. Amazing. Steve Zazoo, once again, thank you very much for subbing. That storage box looks like it could fall any moment. Which one? There's a billion storage boxes here, and they could all fall. This one? Aye. Maybe I should do that. Look here, check that out. So, we've got the heat shrink tube applied, right? So, we just need to heat it, and then it'll shrink, because that's what you do with heat shrink tube, isn't it? Actually, I want to half all of these, because I think they're a bit too long, and I think that length will be detrimental to trying to fit more stuff into the box. So let us, I think I've already halved that one, but it only needs to really be about that size. And then I will half this. And that's perfect for us. Okay, so grab one of these. Get that all nice and snug down there like that, and then going to fire it. For some reason I thought it'd be a Zippo. I like a Zippo lighter, but you can't really do bongs with a Zippo. Kidding on. Right, so I'll put that there. But a Zippo would be cooler. I think we need a Zippo for the stream. Have you tried it though? It's stinking. It's absolutely stinking. I don't recommend that you do it at all. Hemp wick, exactly. You light the hemp wick and then. Am I still live? I got a low power on this camera, so I'll just plug this in. But let me know if I'm still live, folks, because sometimes when that happens, it disconnects me. And then this one here. And then we spark that. Get it sparked, man. I love heat shrink tubing. It's almost like magic, isn't it? Right, let's properly get it. All shrunked up, all nice and good. There we go. It was just that bit there. But aye, that's fine. That's working away fine. Okay. So all these, I know they're black, right? But these are all live. So they are going into the positive side of all the relays, right? But see, into the negative side of all the relays, we need to combine these grounds. And I want to do it in a way that doesn't short to these. You know what I mean? That's why I was trying to just get this bit all perfect. And we're going to just do that with some tiny wee bits of wire. Some stupid wee tiny wee bits of wire. So I think I'll just try and bridge that to that and then that to that. And I might as well recycle the wire that I used in the previous incarnation of this project. And I wonder if I could just sort of jump, create like a wee nifty jumper sort of thing. That could be interesting, couldn't it? Right, so if we rotate, because what we could do is actually take advantage of the fact that these can rotate. Like so, right? This is very exciting, isn't it? And so now, maybe just take a wee bit of that. And then open that up. And then open that up like that. This is good gear, man. Don't think there's anything I would be rather doing right now than sitting messing about with this project in front of you lot. So thank you very much for being in and for being here. So we pull that up. We can pull this up. And we'll get them soldered in. And hopefully I've got the ground correct this time. Last time I did this, I got the pins wrong. And I had to then solder the wrong pin to the ground pin. But I don't think I've made that mistake again. I think this time I'm fairly confident. Wonder if I could just pop this through here, right? And then pop this. Maybe do that one first. Perfect. Right. I've grown to really love soldering. I hated soldering earlier in life, and then I got good at it. Or well, better at it. I wouldn't say I'm good at soldering. Everything I do is a bit of a dog's dinner, but it usually works. There's someone walking about on my roof. Right, so those grounds are now joined together. I want to join this ground and also a cable coming out of this going to power. And the cable coming out of that I want to go to power, I might as well solder in first to make sure that's got the best good connection. And I'm just going to use a black bit of this. In fact, maybe we could use a red bit of that as well. Hold on, let's just cut it now and worry about the finer points later. Right, so this is our heavy duty silicon wire that we've got here, remember? Could be playing with Fred. Aye, I mean there is stuff I would rather be doing. Playing with Fred's pretty good, but doing this is good as well. You know what I mean? I mean like in life. Like I will always be playing with Fred. Don't worry about that. Aye. I think this is what I do. I think I put this in here like that, and then that'll feed up to there. Yes. Right, I feel good about this, folks. I feel like we've got quite a good solution here. Let me double think. Yes, we have a good solution here, everybody. What we need to do is just strip that. And then with this here, I want to also mix up this here. You can have a wee strip of that. Sorted. And then I think we just need to sort of rough solder this in just like that. Because that's not going to go through that wee hoop. We just need to add like a big bastard connection to that. Which I can do. It would make sense to pin it first again. Tip Tinner reporting, Fox News. Yeah, this is Tip Tinner reporting. So we'll get lots of solder on this, man. Lots and lots and lots of solder on this, right? Fair amount of solder on that, okie dokie. And then additionally, a big clump on here. Right. Exactly, Dreadlock Rasta back on the SSRIs. So now, really, all we need to be doing, you would think, would be something as wild as like this. And then that will all work fantastic. I think I need a new tip. This heavy gauge wire is clean my iron. Heavy gauge wire's really eating up the heat. Oh, hold on, I've got plastic on my cables. Put it into the table. Alright, so let's cut that off. We'll start this again. And then a black cable. We will peel that. We'll do that. Black cable. That happens. And then could actually use a wee bit of the heat shrink tube, couldn't we? That came in handy last time. Put a wee bit of that over here. Then what I'd like to do is just attach this to this if we can. Attach this to this if we can. But without wee spindly bits coming off. Nah, we definitely need to tin this. It's awkward, man. Okay, so pliers. Pliers are sort of my helping hands for this project because I don't know where my proper helping hands are. Need a third hand. Nah, we need to tin it, man. We have to tin it. We have to. So I'm going to do that first. Working with this thicker gauge wire is a bit trickier. But it looks as if the tip of this soldering iron's a wee bit maybe needing replaced. Right. Need to add a fair big bit of solder to that. Oh, the heat shrinking. Right. 2 wee settings here, folks. You got to your shed? Amazing beneath the headphones. I had faith in you, mate. Right, so that's looking like it's in good nick. And the only other thing we need to do then is to bridge these, and we can do that with this wee bit here. It's exciting. Found a wheelbarrow? Oh shit, man. Gonna be barrowing about. Right, so providing I've done it correctly, this will be the last bit of soldering that I need to do on this project. That's something. That's something to celebrate, let me tell you. Okay. We need to tin this bit. And again, I don't really know if you can see properly. I'm assuming you can see everything fantastically. I wonder if soldering will ever advance. Like, imagine tomorrow they come out with this brand new adhesive that was conductive and worked without having to apply heat or something. You know what I mean? But I think soldering technology has been more or less the same for a good while. Oh, goodness me. Hello, ad. Hello, my friend ad of the internet. How you doing? Everybody, welcome in. Ad, thank you very much for a fantastic read. I'm up the loft. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm up the loft, and we are working on quite a fantastic new project. Ad, how you doing? How was your stream? I assume you were on that Rust, weren't you? Ad, were you on that Rust? Have you got a problem with Rust? Do you need me to go in and get you out of it? Here, I'll log in the now, Ad, right? I'll get you out of that game, mate. I'll get you back to your family, okay, pal? How's it all going, man? Do the impression. It needs to be natural. I need to be talking about online advertisements. And online advertisements, if they're shared among a certain group, then that group will have different ad impressions per online advertisement. Here, do you want to hear my ad impression? Hello, my name is Ad, and I'm friends with Scroobius Pip. That's my ad impression. Camshy86, thank you very, very much for subscribing using Amazon Prime. And Ad, once again, thank you very much for a fantastic, delicious raid. Max says, I applied for the Rust server, hope I get in so I can help people with my Rust knowledge. All the very best, Max. It's nothing to do with me, so see if you don't get in, it's got nothing to do with me. Spot on, pleasure. Amazing. Camshy86, thank you very much. Here, listen everybody, see if you've just joined me. Look what I'm up to. Look what I'm up to. Specifically, I am up to this, right? We're building a thing downstairs, right? No sponsor? What do you mean? I don't have a sponsor. If anybody wants to sponsor me, I'll take your cash. But we're building this thing. This is in fact, where is the actual main bit of it? Where is the, there it is. I found a way of programming this chip, and that chip is on this board. This board's got 4 relays on it, and that means after I've finished wiring this up, and I should be finished wiring this up any second, but after I'm finished wiring this up, it means that my computer can then turn stuff off and on. So if you've been watching my stream for a bit, you'll know that my computer is actually alive. It's called HAL 9000, and it's got the voice of HAL for 2001 A Space Odyssey. So after I finish this, and I ask HAL to turn my lights off and on, he'll be able to go, "Aye, no bother, James. I'm just turning your lights off and on now." And he'll do it, and it'll work, and it'll be fantastic. In order to proceed, right, I'm looking for a razor blade. There is a wee razor blade in amongst all this chaos, and I need it to cut that wee bit off there. But I can't quite see where the razor blade is. And I don't want to move. There it is. Got it. A hang it does a hang. Aye, I'm making a hang it does a hang. I spy comfy happy trousers. Indeed you do, mate. Indeed you do. Right, so let's get this cut. So this is just the heat shrink tube. Happened to unfortunately heat up. Happened to shrink when I didn't want it to shrink. So we're just cutting off a wee end of that. And thankfully, I put on excess heat shrink tubing. And so that'll mean that it's fine and that we don't even need to worry about it. Right. So there we go. So that attaches to that. And that goes to that, and there we go. However, before I finish all of this, what I need to do is just patch over. There's like a wee patch bit that I need to put there, and I'm going to use this in order to do that. Oh no, I've got like a Stream Elements overlay. Look at this for a hellish interface. This is what I'm using to see the chat. Look at that. I can't even see. That's humming into it. Is that to close it? It is to close it. There we go. Razor Blade Jim. That's me, mate. That's my wrestling name. Okay, so here we are once again. We've got this wee bastard thing here, wee stupid wee bit of rubbish, and what we're going to do is just connect that to that, and then that is all the connections for this entire project. Can you believe that? That is all the wiring that we need to do for the entire thing. as long as this works right. And I, for one, am delighted. So, let's get this all connected, shall we? We shall, man. We need a bit of this. We need... a wee bit of... That'll do. And then a wee similar globule on the other side of it. Globule, globuled. There we go. Okay. And now what we need to do... Flatulent Gonad, he does have a... We do have a wee routine for opening the pod bay doors, and it is very funny. Trust me, it's very funny. Right, so we just need to melt this wee bit in, and again, there isn't really any mechanical... What is up with a solder tip? I don't need to clean the tip. I think we need new tip tinner. Maybe even a new tip as well, actually, come to think of it. Talact, how you doing? The clocks go back on Sunday morning. We've got an extra hour in bed. Oh, mate, that's the best news I've ever heard. Talact, thank you very much for subbing. And most importantly, thank you very much for giving me an extra hour in bed at the weekend. It's the best news I've ever heard. There we go. So we've got that involved. Time Lord time, exactly. I wonder if we should do a time travel stream. Come on. Right, so this isn't the nicest solder job in the entire world, but I reckon it'll be fucking fine. I reckon it'll really work splendidly and spectacularly. And there won't be any shorts or anything like that, and everything will just be lovely. Okie dokie. One thing that we need to do, obviously, since we've added this heat shrink tubing, is burn it. Does anybody get that reference? That'll be a burn it. Very particular reference. However, if you're a long-time viewer of the stream, I did play this video ages ago, round about the time that Scroobius Pip started streaming, actually. Burn it. But I don't imagine a lot of yous would get the reference. It's very niche. Okay, I think this concludes this part of the wiring job. There we go. Is that a reference to how you burned down the art school? It isn't. Smoking Man, right? Nah. Don't know what that is. Think more of Braveheart? Nah. You make dope beats? That's another bit. And then that's the only bit. Okay. Right, everyone. It is now time to assemble this full thing together. There we go. Blaketown got it. Blaketown got it. Let me just double check what I'm trying to do in my life here. Yep, so I would like to put this through here, feed this through here like that, right? And then this bit goes into here. And I think that's a good way of doing this. Okay. Okay, so now what we need is to get this back on the go. And I bet you now I'm realising that I maybe should have done all the wiring when when this was out of the... Sorry, when this was inside the thing. Right, so I'll put this here. This is a very tight fit. Perfect, man. This is looking great, mate. And all of them are long enough to go to the longest bit. That's fine. Okay. So, can I fit this into here? Yep, just about. Let me think. Yes, okay. Okay. What I want to do is just strip this a bit. Like so. It doesn't really need to be much more than that. It does actually need to be a wee bit more than that. Very exciting, isn't it? Talking about burning a CD. I think so, I burn it. It's a daft comedy made by some American men who are friends with Tim Heidecker. So we could put that into COM. And that would work great in COM. And then we could maybe even take it from COM into that COM and then into that one and like daisy chain the power. Do you think that would be ridiculous? I think that would be ridiculous. I think we just have a separate power cable for each thing. I'm happy with that. But let's put this in COM first. And we'll give this another wee courtesy spin. Oh, do you remember Nero? Or a Toast Titanium as well? If you're on a Mac. Wonder what happened to Nero. Wonder if the developers are making any other types of software or... if they've shut down and just went and got day jobs, or if they're absolute billionaires and don't need to worry ever again about money. Right, well that's going nowhere. Brilliant. I'm happy with that. Okay. For now, can plug that in there. Boom, shakalaka, that goes like that goes like that. Excellent, be good to get a wee bit of strain relief in there. I think I'll put a wee dot of hot glue or something in there. And then, we just need 2 wires going to here and here. And I think I'll keep both of them red, right? Will I try and colour code this part of the project? I might as well. Might as well try and colour code this part of the project, at the expense of about 30 pence worth of wire. Right, so take that there, trim this like this. Still around, interesting. I don't imagine too many people are burning CDs in this day and age, are they? Perhaps musicians and PlayStation 1 enthusiasts. red electricity, black is the evil electricity. So the red cables is where the good electricity goes through. The black cables is where the evil electricity goes through. And any electrical engineer will know that the main purpose of any circuit is to bring balance to the force. People with very old car stereos in their cars, but not too old, because then they will be too old to play CDs. If you think about that. So this is red, and then this is red as well. I remember stealing a stack of 100 odd AOL CDs for Argos as a kid with a mate. Fun frisbees and fantastic coasters as well. Mainly use stuff like that for burning images instead. Ripping stuff I own for use on a PC with no CD drive. Aye. And obviously backing up all your Linux distributions as well, everybody. You know what I mean? Need to regularly back them up onto a CDR. Your legally obtained Linux distributions. Got a load of CDs off of eBay the other week. I got an old car and don't really like the new radios. Oh, nice one, Smigsy. There's something kind of cool about listening to an album off-grid. Spotify don't know that you're listening to it. Apple Music don't know that you've skipped that song but not that song. You don't need to like any tracks or whatever. It's like totally private. The artist isn't getting 0.00001 pence in revenue. It's just you and a CD and you're just listening to music without all the bullshit. You're living the dream, Smigsy, man. You're living the dream. I decorated my computer room with free serve CDs lifted for Dixon's. Amazing. I do remember frisbeeing a lot of the free CDs out of a window. My mate's house. Happy days, man. Right, so the reason that I'm not connecting the top one is because the top one is for the party light. So the other three are for the main stream lights, but the top one is for the party light, and the top one uses AC power. So that's just like mains power going straight into the relay. So, but for the other three that I'm working on just now, that's DC power because it's already been through this power supply. I may have microwaved one or two. Oh, do you remember microwaving CDs? I don't recommend that you do it. Apparently it releases cyanide or something. But you get some really cool patterns. Trippy visuals. Here, maybe on stream one day we will microwave some CDs. And I'll do it so that you don't have to. That's classic wee boy patter, that, isn't it? Okay, dokie, everybody. So now it looks like all we need to do, see these wee 3 wires here? We just need to plug them in here. And then that's pure us, all done. Remember microwaving grapes? I could never get that one to work. You were supposed to cut it in half, weren't you? And then lay them sort of cut side down. Kunskun says, as a young child, younger than 10 anyway, I used to try and create a balance, good, evil, between different plants in a waste ground near me. Not sure where that came from. Reminds me of it just now with your good and bad wires. I hope you had a good time. Microwave tinfoil once? Jings, never again. Microwaving a grape that has been cut through most of the way is always fun. Wee jets of plasma. I've tried it a couple of times. You have to leave the halves attached. When I did it, they were attached just with like the wee bit of skin. My wee cousin, when I was a child, microwaved a toy car and caused quite a bit of damage. They had to get the fire brigade out and all of that. Wee stupid idiot. Still remember that. Aye, Pedropolis, I'll maybe try it again. Maybe try it on streams. Anybody get any good grape content? Killed my grandma's childhood proper old microwave with a grape. Oh, it's brutal. Hopefully you had a big brother or sister to blame. TZR50. Thank you very much for following. Welcome in. How you doing? Cut side up. Well, I think we need to try this on stream sometime soon, don't we? Right, so there will be a test at the end. Does everybody know how this is wired up? Relays and all of that, normally open, normally closed. Silicon wires, soldering, all of that. Because I'll be testing these. Okay, so now we'll screw this down, lovely. This is a much better solution than what I had it before, everybody, seriously. And now with this solution, it means that I've only got one plug in the wall. I don't have the three dodgy international plugs with the shitty converters and all of that. So I feel very positive about this whole setup. And then lastly, we just get this in here. I'll maybe unscrew that bit first. And we will simply slot that in there and screw this up, and then we just screw the full thing up and we close it up and we go home. Very exciting. So all the soldering's done. Most of the other type of wiring is done. We just need to connect stuff to this main power supply. And then we need to close this over and hope that it closes over. Is there anything else we need to do? Oh, we need to add this. So this is the bit that makes the party light work. That just gets added up here. Very exciting stuff, man, if you're into this. Ho ho, let me tell you. Hoofed. Right, so we'll get this all. So you can basically see here what the relay is doing, right? In order for this lamp to work, both of these wires need to be connected. But what we're doing is we're just putting a device in a split on one of the wires. And when my computer wants these to be connected, it'll connect them. When it doesn't, it won't. And that's all a relay is, really. And then the tricky part is in programming, right? When do you want that switch to be on? When do you not want the switch to be on? Etc. It's all very, very cool, man. Right, so let's put this in here. Okay. And this needs to, again, it's mains powered, so I don't want to make any wee mistakes. Because any mistakes you make here can kill you. And that's a worry, isn't it? So, for these bits here, it's worth taking an extra 5 minutes to guarantee that everything is in the best spot that it could be in. There we go. They're jammed right in there. I'll jam this one in a bit more. Let me just double check we're not getting any unwanted wee bits. Everything there is fine. So we will screw this up. And then this one here, again, I want to over tighten this, make sure there's no chance in hell it can possibly come out. Right. Well, that's solid. Okay. So what's happening is the power's coming in and then going to there, and then that's going to there. Okay, I'm all happy with that. I think what we need to do is add these wee standoffs and then add some hardware. So again, I'm just sort of screwing this onto this. And what that does is just attach this main board into the wee Tupperware box that it's inside. And I've enjoyed this wee project, but I'll be glad to see the back of it. See, once this is just up and running and I don't need to think about it and it's just functional and it's in the studio, I'm going to be very, very happy. All right, so let's see if we can close this up all nice. So that's got good power out. That's all good. So we close that up like that, right? That's where all the lights plug in. And so what we should be doing is basically put that into the plus and minus, put that into the plus and minus, and put that into the plus and minus. I think this one cable here might need to be very slightly longer, but we'll figure it out. It's a Wi-Fi chip. So here, this is an ESP32. And so basically using Wi-Fi, this box can be controlled, and its purpose is to turn things off and on. So controlled entirely by Wi-Fi, this enables my computer to then turn my lights off and on. However, I've dressed my computer like HAL from 2001: A Space Odyssey, so it's a wee bit more dramatic than just your regular automated home automation setup, you know what I mean? But it'll work well with the stream and the patter and all of that. I think it'll be really good. I'm looking forward to it. And then we get this here. Pull that off. Get all of this all neat and tidy. You're on my phone screen, Dave Huevos. Is that brown wire live right now? No. Nothing's plugged in. Nothing's plugged in. As soon as stuff gets scary, I'll let you know, just in case there's any lurkers watching. I'll be like, right, everybody, I'm on round, I'm ready to turn it on. And you will know when the point is to look up from your egg and chips or whatever you're having for your tea tonight. Brilliant, that's good, Kunst. Open the vad bay doors, hell. Hal's like that. I no bother, that's him open for you. Here you go. Here you go, it's me, I've done it for you now, okay? Right. That's me done everything, everybody, except wire all the connections into the main power supply. This is cool, man. I'm having a good time. I can feel it. It's that stage in the project where everything's just about to come together. Or not. You know what I mean? Quite soon I will find out if it's all been worth it, if I will be rewarded for the efforts of my labour, or if we need to pick it up tomorrow in order to fix some bullshit that I've neglected. Right, so it's the minus in there. Well, I say minus, it's not negative voltage, it's just ground. Because I was a wee bit confused when I ordered this power supply and received it. And on it, it's plus volts and minus volts. And I was like, oh no, is this like one of these power supplies for that you would get for like an old synthesizer or something that requires like a negative voltage? So I thought this minus V here stood for negative volts. And I was like, oh, I'm just meant to get one just positive volts, but with a ground. So I spoke to ChatGPT and I'm like, ChatGPT, see, instead of ground, could I just use this ground for like the mains? And ChatGPT's like, that's just ground there. That isn't minus. Even though it says minus volts, honestly, that's just ground. Don't worry about it. So I was like, are you sure? ChatGPT's like, mate, don't worry about it. So I was like, all right. So I'm just wiring up as if that is ground and not a minus volt. But we'll figure it out, man. Putting your life in its hands. Exactly. Here, see if I die. Could one of you sue ChatGPT and like get me in the news and stuff? I want to be the first person who has died as a result. Like, try and get some compensation in that for it. I'll try not to die. Do you know what I mean? Can I get your camera? Aye, mate, aye. ChatGPT ate my hamster. I think right now there isn't enough moral panic about technology and AI and stuff right now. So, see, my death, I reckon, could really pull that whole moral panic thing back into action, sell a good couple of newspapers. Imagine you had an AI agent that was kind of like Hannibal Lecter, and it could convince people into like swallowing their tongue and all of that, like multiple migs. Now that would be scary, wouldn't it? I didn't check it with my multimeter. No, this power supply hasn't been switched on. I got it delivered from AliExpress a couple of days ago, and I've never switched it on. Oh, right. So I need to plug that in there. That's fine. I can do that. So then this full thing will just sort of hang out here. Is that cool that that's doing that? I mean, I guess so. Right. Let's put this in here. So we're nearly there, folks. Honestly, this is one of the last bits that I need to solder together. It's literally just one more wire after this. I'm not soldering it, sorry, I'm just fastening it in. So it's literally just this wire here, and I'm going to just tap this connection. But this is so much cleaner, man. This means that there is one power socket rather than 3 power sockets. And it's a genuine, real power socket. It's not one of these interactive European converter things or nothing like that. You know what I mean? I've buggered this up. So overall, I think this is a fantastic addition to the project. Hold on, I need to put this screw back from whence it came. But it was really cool. I was like, to ChatGPT, are you sure this isn't minus 15 volts? And it's like, honestly, it's fine, don't worry about it. And I'm like, are you positive? It's like, aye. It's like, to me, mate, seriously, it's fine. So we'll find out. Please don't use plus 12 volts and minus 12 volts. It isn't minus 12 volts though, that's ground. It's just labelled like that. I hope. Let's give it a wee courtesy investigation before we plug it in. But like, fuck it, man. What's the worst that could happen? So this is a Meanwell LRS 35015. And as soon as I told ChatGPT that this is a Meanwell LRS 35015, ChatGPT's like, no, honestly, mate, that's just ground. It's not minus 15. So don't worry about it. I'm like, you sure? It's like, Meanwell are good quality, I don't think it's a bad power supply. I just think there's some ambiguity here as to whether or not this bit right here is going to output minus 15 volts or if that's just going to be ground. It's exciting, isn't it? It's exciting. Does anybody want to look it up? Aye, there you go. Right here says if it was minus 15, it would also have a 0. If it only had plus and minus, that would just be a 30 volt PSU. Aye, right, aye. Because of the difference in it. It'd either give you plus 5 volts, minus 5 volts, or 15 total. If put out negative 15, their power supply would be 30 volts. Aye. It is variable, aye, so it's 15 volts variable, but I'm just talking about, are these 3 terminals ground, or are these 3 terminals negative 15 volts? And I'd be willing to bet my life, literally, just based on an interaction that I had with a sentient chatbot. Well, it isn't really sentient, is it? I'd be willing to bet my life that that's ground. So we can find out in a wee minute. Aye, exactly, Rye3D. This is how the robots will actually take over. Do you know what I mean? It'll be somebody using one of them asking for advice. So how do I put this together? And the robot's like, here, aye, actually, just build this. And we will be doing the bidding of robots. For all I know, I could be building a secret device for the robots to actually take over the world. It was ChatGPT that told me how to build this. I don't even know what I'm doing here. ChatGPT's just like, buy all of this stuff, solder it together, follow my instruction to the letter. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that, no bother. And now here I am. Has the old licking test never fallen out of fashion? I've never been a fan of that personally. No, I want 15 for this, Pedropolis. I want 15 volts. Don't want 12. The lights that I'm powering is between 12 and 15. This board can take 15, and the RGB LEDs are 15 as well. So I got a power supply for 15. I think I'll turn it down very slightly because it's all powered between 12 and 15. So if I'm hitting them with 15, you know what I mean? Could be doing well a wee bit less. But look at that, everybody. I think we have now got a completed unit. Please look at your Terminator poster briefly before turning it on. Hello everybody, basically thank you very much for joining me today up here in the loft. Thank you very much. I'm just turning my soldering iron off. Thank you very much for joining me today up in my loft, and we're having a lovely time. What we've been doing is where are we? What it is I've just been ripping open plugs and stuff and taking out all the electronics. Now I'm going to just plug it into the wall. Is that okay? I've just been breaking everything and all of that. Lama-chan, mate, how you doing? Thank you very much for coming in, for all your continued support. Aye. Love to arrive to the stream to you fucking about with a power supply and saying ChatGPT told you it would be fine. Here, Mum will plug it in, man. Mum will plug it in. I don't know what I'm doing. I use ChatGPT, and ChatGPT told me to open up a power supply and solder all of this shit together. And I've never done that before in my life. I don't even know. I was like, computer, could you ask someone else to do this? Because I'm just a wee boy, and the computer's like that. I'm going to tell your parents exactly what you are and who you are and all of that unless you build this. So I'm like, aye, okay, I'll just build it for you then, ChatGPT. And before I know it, I've ended up with one of these. And ChatGPT says that I need to take this down to Westminster and to put it in a bin. And I don't want to do it, but ChatGPT's told me that that's what I need to do. Anyway, imagine this honestly could be an episode of Black Mirror. Could be an episode of Black Mirror. Smokey says, I think you need to be supervised by an adult, mate. You stay away from me, Smokey. You stay away from me. James, it's fine, man. I'm just talking about binning my electronics project. Like, if it doesn't work, I'll just put it in a bin. What are you... Don't know what you're on about. Well, if it doesn't work, you bin it. You know what I mean? You just dispose of it, like, in a responsible...
Yeah, Ren, how do you turn this thing on? Hey, Ren, how do you turn this thing on? I've sent him a photo of my eyeball. I sent him a photo of my own eyeball. Oh, gee, gosh. I certainly hope I don't die due to Mainz-related... Man, I would look cool with a skinhead if I could pull it off, if I didn't have all the wrinkles. I've got head wrinkles, everybody, under my scalp. You don't worry about it. And then all this is just all pish, isn't it? This is all pish. Oh, aye, there's this one as well. Hi, everybody. Thank you once again for coming in. Twitch.tv/1030. Thank you very much for being here today, where I've been setting all this up, and it's going to be all good. Do a maniacal laugh. I just wanted to work, man. I just wanted to work. I've been building this for about 3 weeks. I just wanted to work. I tried to set it all up and it's no working. I want to plug it in and for it to work and it's no working. It's no working and I wanted to work. Come, it's not working. I just wanted to work. Stupid fucking thing's fucked. Okay, right. Let's... Enough of that. Let's just go back to normal. Not that one. That one. Oh no, what's this filter? This filter looks the worst of them all. What sort of face is it put? Oh no, this is no filter. Oh no. Mon will head downstairs. Mon will head downstairs. We have got... You've got the big handsome devil filter on. That'll be it, Stevja. Right. Boom shakalaka. We now have like one object, right? I think I should sort of tape that onto there. Got tape. Might as well, man. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Let's give this a wee courtesy tape. Because I do need to take it downstairs. That's brilliant. Lama-chan Gaming, that's great. Ha 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 ha. Mind turn the heater off. Excellent. Right, so the heater is off and the soldering iron is off, everybody. Heater is off, soldering iron is off.
You'll be very pleased to know. And what I'm going to do here, right, is just get a wee bit of double stick. Easy wee bit of double stick, right? And then what we can do is just cut, pop, and then cut. There you go, man. Tape it down after you've tried it? Nah. Do the fan heat holes need to be clear? Yes. Most likely. So I'm going to just put it like that. And the main reason I'm double sticking this is purely for strain relief, because there's lots of main voltage going through these wee tiny wee stupid cables. So I wouldn't like to accidentally drop something and for something to fall off a table and for a mains voltage to then be exposed. So I'm going to take a couple of precautions to stop that from happening. And in this instance, that precaution happens to be a wee bit of double-sided tape. Oh, I need to move that fire extinguisher, by the way. It's when we're talking about sort of Lama-chan level health and safety. Right, I'm going to put that here. Because there needs to be cables that go in there. I'm going to put that actually fucking here. Like so. Right. Now we have one object. I don't care about that, that's fine. That's good. I'm enjoying this method of finishing the project before doing any testing. That's what I do all the time, man. That's what I do all the time. Just have confidence, do you know what I mean? That's us got one solid contained unit. And I would like to now take this downstairs and we can plug it in to the whole setup, and of course it's just going to work fantastically and it's going to be amazing, and it isn't going to explode because that isn't 15 volts, it's clearly ground, and I'm not going to die. So if you would like to watch me not dying, stay tuned, because it's time to take all of this brand new invention that I've created and we're going to take it downstairs and we're just going to have a lovely, lovely time with it. So this here's my brand new plug, man. This plug here is the guy that will plug us into the wall and will provide power for all the lights. Oh, I can't wait, mate. Oh, I simply can't wait, mate. Oh, here, we could make this very slightly better when we're here. Let me think. Do you know, we could make this very slightly better. Right, see here, basically, we've got this that plugs into the wall, okay? But I've also got this that plugs into the wall. Should we consolidate our wall power before I take it downstairs? I think we should, man. This will take like a second, okay? Let's consolidate our wall power. Let's undo this. Because what's the point in using two plugs when you only really need to use one plug? Am I right, everybody? So we'll remove this plug. And this literally is genuinely the last bit of wiring. I can feel it as well, Lama. It's going to work fantastically and it's just going to be great. See, a normal person would just go and buy one of the dear fancy lights that cost a couple £100 that allow you to do this off the shelf. But I've already bought lights and I'm not a normal person. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not. Those artist prints are about to get more valuable. Right, so what I'm doing here, instead of plugging that into the wall, right, I'm just going to leech power off of this. Do you know what I mean? So we'll only have one plug that we need to plug in. And I'm quite excited about that, man. That's kind of cool. Can I put that through here for a bit of strain relief? Or is that just adding... Nah, it's too much bother than it's worth. Okay, so let's open up... Where's my main driver? I had a good driver that I was using. Over here. I had a better screwdriver for these fiddly bits. I'll use this one, it's fine. Very exciting, this, man. Very exciting. I don't know where I had a screwdriver here fairly recently that had like a healthy handle on it because I tightened that bit up really good because that's the mains that's coming in. Do you know what? I'll use this instead. This will have a healthy handle on it. I'll get into that. A wee stubby. Right, everybody, last bit of wiring. Oh, aye. See, that's why I wanted a better screwdriver, because I knew that I tightened this up pretty good. Alright, so we will take these and put them in there, like that. I wonder if it's alright that these have got the wee metal crimp connector bits on them. Aye, a wee stubby chode boy. Alright, so let's fuck that into there. I'll get it screwed down all lovely. Let's get that fucked into here. And I'll get that screwed down all lovely. And of course these are mains. So I'm very keen that they do their job. That they don't go anywhere. And that they don't kill me. Aye, this was worth doing 100%, man. 100%. Right, and let's check to see if this is going to cause us any issues. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Magic. Magic. Even put a wee cable tie there or something for strain relief. Right, everybody, I think that's us. I think we're all good, man. I think we're all good. What's that? There's two tiles floors that are raised more than the rest of the flooring, and these little boxes on the wall with fuses and switches and wires heading down. Interesting. I would switch everything off before you give it a shot, but underfloor heating would be fantastic, man. Right. Okay, everybody. Is there anything that you can see here? Any issues? Wait, why two plugs? So the two plugs, basically, there's one plug for the power supply. The power supply is running 3 DC powered lamps. But then also there's an AC powered lamp that I'm using. So I've also got this thing here, which plugs into the wall. You know what I mean? So I'm just double checking everything's okay here. Everything is okay. Because if I don't double check, obviously the consequences can be very dire. Okay, everybody, it is now time to go downstairs. I've got a basement I don't know how to access. Goodness me, man, that's the sort of stuff that I dream about. It's hidden things in places. Hidden voids in buildings and stuff. Love it. Right, what we're going to do is go downstairs, plug this in, that's going to work, and everything's going to just be fantastic, mate. So don't even worry about it. That's what we're doing right now. Just heading downstairs. So I'll grab this. It's a wee bit heavy. Man, how do I get myself into these situations? Just buy a light, mate. Just buy a light. You know what I mean? can complicate stuff. Risk your life because you don't want to give Elgato like 90 quid. Anyway, we'll head downstairs. Heater's off, soldering iron is off. And this is what we've built today. Look at that. Pretty heavy. So I'm going to try and get downstairs without falling and injuring myself. To bear with me because I've only really got one hand here. Yep, you doing good? What have I done to your printer? Your printer not working? Cool. Right, give me a minute and I'll have a look at that. 2 seconds, I'm in the middle of things.
You broke it.
Well, I can maybe solder a mains power thing. I think what's happening is right there, it's not getting access to Wi-Fi. Have you tried plugging it in via USB?
Plug in via USB.
Is there lights on?
Yeah.
Right, give me a minute and I'll fix it. Hi Freddie, how you doing, man? Look at his wee Freddie, the wee doggy. Freddie, look what I made. Freddie, I'm dead clever, look. Freddie, you want to see my lights going off and on? Oh, he's a wee boy. Freddie, excuse me, please. I need to get by now. Excuse me, please, Freddie. I'm just going to what? There we go. Good boy, man. Okay, so this is where the magic happens. And this is a bit of the scenario that we're trying to improve. So all of this madness here. All of these plugs and all of that nonsense. So, I think, hi Freddie, man, Freddie. I'm a wee bit busy right now. I know you're trying to be my friend and all of that, but very slight. Oh, you get claps. You're most stick a light on. Most stick a light on, I can see you. Oh, are you going to go and just speak to Rachel? Right, just you go and speak to Rachel, mate, then, right? See you later. Okay, what I'm going to do, in order to set up this lighting setup, is I'm going to remove the old plugs. So the previous light, one of them, because they're sort of international, got them off of Amazon. So my 3 lights for all I've streamed have been plugged in like this. And it's not a good solution, man. Look at this. That's how my lights have been plugged in all this time. So we have a better solution now. Our better solution involves that device that I've just built upstairs. Let's remove this one. Like that. So I don't ever want to see the plugs ever again. What I'm doing here is, right, I don't want to plug this in first. I'll get it all set up. I hate printers, man. I hate printers. I can't believe we've got 3D printing technology and still nobody can build a reliable 2D printer. I hate printers. But it looks like that's going to be my evening. Right, look. So I've set this up here. Right. And then this here. Wonder if there's a place I can sort of perch it for the time being. Right, let's get it perched here. And Then what we need to do is... Oh, I've left that cable upstairs, so there's one cable that I need. And I've left that upstairs, but we need to plug this in. Right? This here. Need to get that plugged in. Oh, we get this push again. No, that's fine. That's getting plugged in. We need to plug this in. And then I think that there's a third cable upstairs. Like, fuck's sake. Shit, I think I've just broke one of the bulbs. Right, because of that fault, I can't plug anything in. I need a new pair of hands, man. Right, hold on, I'll stick this down here. I'll pop this up here. And let me just double check everything in a fashion that maybe you can't see as easily as me. Really need to take a week off and clear this place, man, before I do myself in. But I can't afford a week off. So I already had about 5 weeks off. Okay, so let's go in there. And then we have these guys. So can I just please plug this in here like that? I can do it with that one, no bother. So then the next cable, which is coming through here. And then I think there is one final cable still upstairs. And I think it's time to go and get that final cable. But before I do, let's double check that none of that has came out in that fall. Yeah, all of that's fine. Well, that's fine, none of that's came out. We're laughing. Okay, we've got one cable that we need to connect. It's upstairs, so I'm going to go and get that. And then that's the last bit. Oh, I'll sleep tonight. Right. Do you remember where that cable went? Did I maybe put it back in my pocket? There it is. And we tested the continuity for this earlier, and the continuity was pure fine, wasn't it? So wrap this round here, and then back down. Sorted. Okay, so now we're back in the zone, man. And one side of this should fit into that. What side's it going to be? I think that side. That side there should fit into here. Come on. There's a knack to this. Maybe it's the other side. It's so difficult only having two hands and trying to do project streams, man. Right, these are definitely the same connector. See? So, can this... Nah, man, fuck's sake. Right. So we'll use this one. Right? All good. Do excuse the state of that desk. Right, so that's plugged in. That one's plugged in. This one needs to be plugged in. So I'm going to just plug this in here, like this. Right. And now we should all be set up, everybody. Now we should all be set up. So, moment of truth, right? It's now time to plug this in. Everything else seems to be all good. It's now time to plug this in. That's right. So here is a device that I've built myself using parts that I've bought from AliExpress. We've got exposed mains voltage here. This device has also fallen twice. Need to have a wee look at that. Since I built it. Here goes, man. Right, we're ready? Like, what shot do you want? Do you want a shot of that? Or do you want a shot of this? That going in's not going to be exciting, is it? So you want a shot of that just in case it goes on fire or something, don't you? Okay, so far so good. We've got a green LED. No smoke or anything like that. Llama-chan has just texted me saying, for the future, in case you do blow up, can I get Rachel's number, please? Of course you can, Llama-chan, of course you can. Right. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody, it's plugged in. We're all plugged in. Are we ready? 2 seconds. Apparently there's a person at the side of my house, so we need to investigate that. I think it's just Rachel. So right here, everybody, we're about to test. It's just Rachel. Bloody hell, is it still that light outside? I thought it was later than what it was. Right. So here is something cool. The device that we've just built, if it's working correctly, right, should respond to me. In fact, hold on, what's the address again? Is it lightbox.local? Right, so the device that I have just built has got a URL and it's lightbox.local, and if I press enter, then an address should show up, or like a wee web page should show up. There's another thing saying there's a person outside. Lightbox.local. Might have a wee issue here. http://lightbox.local. I don't think the ESP's working. I don't think the... Does it need a minute to wake up? No. Here, look, I'll try this. Studio lights on. Well, it tried to do something there. Did you see that? It tried to do something there and something fucked up. It triggered and then triggered back. Activate party mode. Party mode works. I said party mode works there, and on my phone it says calling work mobile. What? No. Party's over. it's showing me some album called Party Over. It's not. Party's Over. It's never. Party's Over. Fuck off. Right, so now I need to go into like my dedicated shortcuts app. This is... Look, party's over. Party mode. Party's over. Right. Studio lights on. Nah, something funny happening there. So let's unplug. I think we've got dodgy wiring, folks. Right, so I've unplugged all of them except from one. Studio lights on. Right, I'm going to unplug all the lights one by one. Studio lights off. Let's have a wee look. Do you know what we could do? Actually, I wonder who's responsible for the dodgy wiring. You shush, man. You shush. What we could do is, and I need to be careful when I'm lifting this because there's exposed main via connectors. Well, not via connectors. So this is the device here, right? If I touch the wee bits of metal there, I will die. There. So I'm not going to do that. The bit that I thought that I broke is the only bit that's actually working. So I wouldn't bother about that. So see when stuff switches on, what you should see here is 3 lights. So for example, if I activate party mode, obviously this light is going on, but you should see a red light here going on. So 2 wee seconds. Activate party mode. See that red light going on there? Party's over. Fuck it. 2013 single by Amelia Lilly. Party's Over is a song recorded by British singer Amelia Lilly, written by Lilly, Brian Higgins, Matt Gray, Miranda Hooper. Never tell me about the Wikipedia article of Party Over by Amelia Lilly ever again. I never want to see that ever again. Sorry, everybody. Just had a wee moment. Right, so if I choose Party's Over, then that will stop, right? And so what I... did that literally say at the tender age of? Seriously? That's stinking. If I switch studio lights on, right, what I'm now expecting to see is the other 3 of these lighting up. But aye, there's something's happening, isn't it? It's sort of tripping. You see that? So let's take all of these out. So none of the main lights are plugged in. So if I ask it to turn the 3 relays on just now, it'll try. So you should see 3 lights going on sort of one after another. Ah, they are going on with everything disconnected. That's interesting. So what if I put studio lights off? That works fine. Studio lights on? That works fine. Studio lights off? That works fine. So, what happens if I plug in one of these studio lights? I bet you I've wired these up wrong. So let's just plug in one of the studio lights over there. Studio lights on. Nah, it's saying there's something funny happening in it. Doesn't it like this? I think this is a bad wire. So what about, say, this one? Right, we plug that into there. And then I will say studio lights on.
Studio lights off. Party mode on. Party's over. Studio lights on. Studio lights off. So, one of the cables is still fucked. Even though we checked the continuity upstairs and it seemed fine, didn't it? But let's see if we can get the other one working. So, we also have this here. Right, let's diagnose that. And I'm going to put this here in the same socket that we know is definitely working. Studio lights on. So that's working. And that was working. So it's just this wee son of a gun over here that seems to not be... I wonder... Let's try again. Studio lights off. I've got that on the go. Right, cool. Plug them in with an American accent this time. I think that's what I need to do. I don't have a way to cover the metal terminals. No, I'll just need to fall asleep with fear in my heart. Right, so let's try two. So I think there's either one of these lights or one of the cables and it doesn't like it. And what's quite useful is I now know that if it trips or something, then it'll just trip, like the full thing won't explode. So that's pretty good. I could 3D print a cover for it or something like that, definitely. I could. Studio lights on. So that one and that one are coming on. Excellent. So as of right now, we've got the same configuration that I did have at the start of this stream, except with neater wiring and 2 free plug sockets. So right now is how I started the stream, because right now this light here wasn't working. So worst case scenario, we've ended up with the exact same amount of lights, but better. But that's not enough for me, because I want this light to work as well. So let's see if we can get that one to go. So that light is this cable. And what's the deal with this cable? How come this isn't working? See if I just plug this in, will the other 2 lights switch off? I think they might. Let's find out. See if I just plug this in. Will the other 2 switch off? Let's plug it in. The other 2 switched off. So there's something dodgy happening with that light there. So if I ask studio lights on, it's not doing it with that plugged in. But if I unplug this and I say studio lights on, it didn't activate my voice. Studio lights on. Studio lights on. Oh, fucking silly cunt. So now, right, so studio lights on. Shortcuts has crashed on my phone. Either that or this has finally kicked the bucket. Wonder if HAL could do it, actually. Oh, and the browser didn't work either, lightbox.local. I wonder if I've just fried that. Don't worry, I've got 3 spare upstairs. So even if I have fried it, it's actually alright. But
I would like it if it was working, you know what I mean? Let us try a wee trick that I learned a long time ago, and it's called unplug it and put the plug back in. Oh, I didn't say stereo lights off, the mic still be on. You're right, mate, you're right. Although I would have seen the relay switch if they were still on. So I guess not. But very vague, slight smell of burning. So I think I've maybe burnt through something. Either that or Rachel's got the dinner on. Studio lights off. It seems to be having a hard time. Well, see, whenever I do that, all that's really doing is going to this URL. So if I go to one on, I reckon this full thing is gubbed. So we've definitely still got main power. I think the full thing died. As I said though, the main chip for this is like £8 or something, and I got 3 of them upstairs. So in order to replace it, it would be like 20 seconds. Does party mode still work? I don't think so. Activate party mode. Doesn't know anything. So basically, I think the main unit itself, not the power supply, but the ESP32, I think that's maybe kaput. But we could try plugging in a wee USB, because you can also power the board via USB-C. So I'll try that. But I don't know if you can power it using both. So I'm now powering it via USB-C. And I'll give that a wee second and wait to see if it comes on. Try to visit the URL lightbox.local. But it does look as if there's maybe been a very slight wiring issue with that last connector bit. That's maybe caused a wee short, which is maybe wrecked the entirety of the main board. There's a reset button on the main board. Who dares me to press the reset button on the main board? Who dares me to press the reset button? I have got Corsair Vengeance RAM, 128 gig. Right, so I press the reset button. And I'm just examining this wiring, man, because it shouldn't be as bad as it is. All this stuff should be just grand. Aye, mate. I mean, this is... I can't see anything wrong with this at all. Fuck knows. As I said, upstairs I've got a replacement for the boards. So I think I'll just slot in a duplicate board. Obviously flash it with the same program that's on this. And I reckon we'll all be fine. But the main worry is the wiring for that. It's as if there's a dodgy connection somewhere. It's creating a short, and then that short has just bust the the actual board itself. Rachel, are you watching? I might just keep going. Here, Mon will get a duplicate board, right? Mon will just head upstairs and we'll get one of the replacement boards. And we can see if we can blow that one up as well. Who's into that, man? Fix that printer first. Printer's fine. Is the one light different to the others? Are they all centre positive? They're all identical. They're all absolutely grand. But that one light is now the full board's fucked. So we'll go upstairs. We'll get a different board. But all of them are exactly the same. And the one that isn't working that caused the bother isn't the party light or anything like that. So I think it's maybe just, I don't know actually. We'll go upstairs. We'll get a wee replacement board because luckily I ordered duplicates. Hello.
Oh, when will you be finished?
When would you like me to be finished?
Oh, sorry, Fred. I don't know, be about 15 minutes.
Hiya, Freddy.
Careful, Fred, that light.
I'll be done and out in 15 minutes.
Cool. Sorry,
Maybe.
Mum just
Right, Freddy.
That'll work.
Time for your comfy bed, Freddy. Can you go to your comfy bed?
We'll get us a cheesy cracker.
Because I need to clean up. This is all dangerous. Right. Right, so that is definitely still plugged in. So let's unplug this before I cause myself any damage. And with that unplugged, I'm going to look at the power supply until the LED dies out on the power supply, confirming that I've unplugged the correct plug. Yes, indeed I have. Okay. So it's time, everybody. You dropped one of them. Did you break the bulb? No, the bulb that I broke was party mode bulb, and party mode's working fine. Let us. Hiya. Let's head upstairs. So the bit that I think is broken now is like all of this. But luckily, I've got more of them, so I'm going upstairs. The amount of effort, seriously, see if you want your lights to go off and on, just buy an Elgato light. Don't do all of this. There we go. Oh, fuck's sake. Despite these things, despite these shadows, might need some of these. Right, so what I'd like to do is replace that blackboard with this blackboard. However, in the process of removing this one, hopefully we can then identify why it might just decide to switch itself off for pure no reason at all. I don't know. Right, let's see if we can identify some issues. Okay. Right, so I don't have the right screwdriver, so I need to head back upstairs. So in order to do that, we do this, we do this, we do this. We then need to wait for this connecting. It won't connect. I guarantee you it won't connect. So what we need to do is force quit that, then go back into it and then let that connect again. But when it does connect, it'll connect at 640 by 480. So we need to go in and put it at 1920 by 1080. It doesn't remember that for some reason. And then if we press the button that it disappeared, the button doesn't exist. I need to press it manually and go over here and do it like that. There we go. There we go. Now what we need to do is go upstairs to find the right screwdriver for these wee bits here, because that's... Got an F. Got an F. Need to do that again. So I dropped the phone. The phone locked. Because the phone locked, Epoch Cam closed. So now I'm opening Epoch Cam again, but as you know, because I open Epoch Cam, you need to force quit it. You then need to open it again. When you open it again, it should work, but of course it'll be 640 by 480, so you need to then go in 1920 by 1080. You need to do that, you need to do this, 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 you need to then, you need to press a button. Here, right, let's go and get the fucking screwdrivers, man. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why can't I just play computer games like any other streamer? Why can't I just get into that Baldur's Gate and like, it's a big boss, man. I'll get a sword and I'll fight the boss and you'll be like, and I'll be like, and I'll like do a sidestep and I'll do another sidestep and I'll do a wee roll and the boss will be like, I'll be like, I'll get him, and everybody's like, you get him, and I'll be like, I'll get him. There you go, this screwdriver here. Maybe I could just do that. Instead of all of this push. I mean, that was very disappointing when I buggered the full thing there. We had everything working except for one. And in trying to get that working, we buggered the full thing. And a wee bit pissed off, man. Beginning to feel a wee bit sick, actually. Right. Here we go. The problem is, down here, I have something that can hold this phone when I'm working on it. So what we will just do is look at me on this camera, right? And I'll work very quickly. Oh, dearie me. ESP32 is a better boss to fight. That it is, mate. That it is. Have you not seen how miserable Limmy is? Keep doing this stuff. You're right, Base Embrace. You're right. This is a big pain in the arse. I'll need to... program this again. So this is the new one, right? And I need to flash this with the program that controls the lights. That program, however... Oh no, it's here. Brilliant. I've got that program right here in front of me, so let's just populate the SSID and the password. Actually, what is my SSID is this. And the password is... Ba ba ba. Okay, so now I need to flash that program onto this board. And the way that I'm going to do that is by using this USB cable that of course is going to be a data cable. Of course that's not just going to be a charging cable. Nah, it's going to be a data cable. So what I'd like to do is plug this in to the computer. Boom shakalaka. Oh look, it's got a demo program on it. So these should go tit 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 tit. Now maybe it just does it once. See if I unplug this and plug it back in. Should do a wee demo. Keep watching. See it? So we know that all 4 of the relays work. We know it's getting power and all of that. So, what I would like to do is flash the computer program that I made for it. And I would like to do that. I'd like to flash the ESP32 dev module. Let's verify the code first. And you can see what I'm doing here. So this is just the Arduino IDE. And this is all the code that I put together using ChatGPT. The board name is ESP32M Relay, I believe. See if we get any instruction on it, any markings on it. It's by LilyGo. And it's called ESP32 Relay. So right now, it just says compile and sketch. I wonder if I need to configure all my ports and all of that sort of stuff. Oh no, I need to do it via... There's a wee extra bit of hardware that I need to use. Shit. There's a wee extra stupid wee bit of hardware. Right, upstairs again. Oh man, what are my chances of finding this? So I forgot that with these boards, right, you can't just plug them into USB and flash them that way. You need another wee silly wee bit of hardware to put in the intermediate. So I'm opening up Epoch Cam. You need to force quit it. You then need to open it again. Now it'll load. Now you need to go in and change it from 640 by 480 to 1920 by 1080. I will then do this, and I will then do... This is a fun stream, this, isn't it? This is a fun stream, this. Jesus Christ. What am I doing right now? What I'm doing is going upstairs and finding the wee hardware tool that will allow me to flash the LilyGo board. So I did put that over here, but I think I've moved it from here, and I think in actuality I've taken it upstairs. And I think that its resting location is in one of these. This wee guy here. This wee guy here, so we'll get that on the go. I forgot about that. So, in order to program one of these boards, what you really need to do is following. You need to, so you can't just put your USB cable right into the board like this. No, you can't do that. What you need to do is, because that'll supply power, but you won't be able to program it like that. What you need to do is plug this in, and then plug this in, and now you can program it. And that's kind of cool, because it means if you create a product and you sell it to somebody, that they won't accidentally go home, plug it into their computer, accidentally try and write an Arduino program and end up overwriting the product that you sold them. You know what I mean? In theory. But it messes you up a wee bit when you forget to include the programmer, because you've left it up in the loft. Right. So, now that we've got it all plugged in and switched on and fantastic, what I'd like to do is just press this and upload it. And it's compiled. And hopefully, it should then upload. But we'll see how it goes. It's quite enjoyable to watch. Amazing. Go and have your dinner and fix the printer. You fix your printer, Base Embrace. It's not always about the winning, it's about the taking part. I will win at some point, don't even worry about it. The odds of a mains-related fatality have drastically shortened. Not really, man, because we're still in the middle of the project. See if the project was finished. Look at this, so it's writing the code. So like this. Brilliant. So it's now resetting. Fantastic. That's good. So it looks as if that code is now on the relay board behind me. Really? Yes, really. So if I remove that wee programmer component, right? And if I just plug this in straight, so this has got power. So this currently has power. And if I say to it, studio lights on. Amazing. Studio lights off. Activate party mode. Party mode off. Party mode off. Looks like it. Party's over. Again, it's shown me this fucking album by somebody. Right. I mean, it's working. It is working. Obviously, I've got a Scottish accent, right? But it's working. So, the issue that we seem to have was the wiring. We've got like a weird wiring set up, and every time we tried to plug a particular lamp on, the full thing would trip and it would get buggered. So I wonder how we're best proceeding. Never not party, exactly. Party till I die. Where is the wee screwdriver? The wee good one that I just brought down. The wee good one that I literally just had. I honestly need an assistant, seriously. I lose absolutely everything. And it's a wee shame, man. It's trippy after a while. Did I take that screwdriver back upstairs? I don't believe I did. Brought down a wee flat. I mean, you all saw me do it. You all saw me bring it down. It was all great when I did it. Could use that. That's fine. Happy with that. Okay. This is off at the wall, this is definitely off at the wall. Right. So what I'm going to do is just unscrew... Nah. Where is the wee fucking screwdriver that I was using? Did anybody see where I put the screwdriver? I'll help if you pay. Sorry, no deal. Can't do that. Proceed by heading to the Elgato website. Exactly. Chin up high. Thank you, Llama. Oh, there we go. I put my chin up high. And I found the hang on the floor. Is there a way that I can show you what I'm doing here? Not easily. I used to have a phone clamp here. I'll need to put that phone clamp back up. Okay, so what I'm doing is, right, you saw me previously put all these wires and plug them into a thing. So I'm now unplugging them into that thing, which is the technical term for it. Everything's a wee bit harder now because the box has been taped to the power supply, which adds just a very slight challenge. And believe it or not, I'm kinda about 40% through this current operation. And I'm very aware you can't see what I'm doing, but here, don't even worry about it. And I wonder what would happen if we just plugged this board. Now how the board that we've realised has since broken. I wonder what happens if we just plug that in straight. Wonder if the board's fried. Either way, we're replacing it with that new one that I've just flashed, but just curious, you know. With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fuck 'em by. Right, so we're nearly there, folks. Nearly got all these wires out. Twerk. What a tune, man. What an undeniable tune. Time for a screwdriver organising stream, mate. 100%, man. It's like I'm playing DBD. I know. I think I would have less anxiety in my heart if I was playing DBD. Okie dokie. Right, so I know you can't quite see what I'm doing, but I have successfully removed this guy. So this is the old guy, and we're going to be replacing that with this new one, old one. Fucked, not yet fucked. The fucked one though, let's try just plugging it in. Let's try just plugging it in. And seeing what happens. If I missed something. Fine. Right, so let's just plug this in and see if this is definitely pure fucked. Studio lights on. What? Studio lights off. Activate party mode. Party's over. This is the broken one though. I'm very confused, man. I'm very confused. This is the one that was just broken. Hold on, I'll put the new one in just to make sure that we're not being silly here, right? So this is definitely a different one than that one that I just had on just there. Right. Some's fishy, man. Some's spooky. Activate party mode. That's working as well. Party's over. Studio lights on. Studio lights off. So, the good news is, right, there is good news. The good news is that nothing has been permanently damaged. It must be the load on the relays causing the issue. No, I've had it all working before. Party's over as a song recorded. I know, Bass and Brace. I know, mate. I know. Not one of his brightest days, quite literally. Oh no, the PSU's like 24 amp, 25 amp. PSU should have enough juice in it, definitely. It's your load on the relays that's the problem. I don't think it is. I think I've got some dodgy wiring somewhere. Because the relays have dealt with that. Like, I had all of this working in grand. I was just trying to consolidate the separate power supplies into this one, But this tune should be able to deal with that. No bother at all. No bother at all at all. Right. No point in just sitting here gormlessly. Let's try and put everything back piece by piece. Alright, okie dokie. That's dinner out, everybody. See, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go and eat my dinner with my girlfriend and my dog. However, it's only 6:20 and I'm in the middle of a scenario here. So what I'd very much like to do is immediately after dinner, I'm just going to be working on this. So if you don't mind, I think I'll just come back on after my dinner. I'll fix Rachel's printer for her. And then I think I'll just come back on and we'll just do more of this stuff if you want. Who's into that here? Who thinks that's a good idea? I think that's a class idea. Mom will just do that. So for the time being, I've missed 2 subs. Shit, everybody. Missed 2 subs. Leave it on. I could just leave it on. How do I see where my subs are now with this new bloody setup? Docs, don't have an activity monitor. No, don't have an activity. I think I need to add a manual activity thing. So what I can do is... WeShed is a top mod. What I'm going to do... Did I just initiate a raid? I can't even see now. You know how since I'm double streaming on YouTube and stuff, certain things work, other things don't work. Does it look as if there's a raid being initiated? You said hiya, which I considered an acknowledgement of my sub. No, Persuadertron, you deserve an actual thanks. And so I'm going to say thank you very much, Persuadertron. Aye, there doesn't seem to be a raid when I do it that way. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in. So sorry that the second half of this stream has been in darkness. Quite clearly that wasn't the plan. Because I would like all my stuff to be working. Stream manager. So Whitfell, how are you doing, Whitfell? Thank you very, very much, Whitfell, for resubbing. Spudzilla98, thank you very much for subbing. And Persuadertron, thanks very much for subbing. Hiya, here for the final stretch. You thought it was the final stretch, turns out it isn't. And Super D, I'm very sorry I didn't see your sub. Super D, 44 minutes ago, if you're still in. Hello, how you doing? Thanks very much for subbing. Lama-chan, always, once again, thank you very much for being in. Talact, I didn't know that was a sub message, so thank you very much. Kamshi and Ad, thanks everybody. And thanks once again, obviously, for being here during this. I feel like I'm in a mad music video. I'm away to get some food in. And then after the food, I'm going to come back on in the darkness. And I'm going to try and finish what we bloody well started, everybody. Who's up for that? In the meantime, I'm going to take you over to Gloria, who's probably doing some fantastic stuff. And I think that's me done everything today, except say that my name's James Houston and Houston's Boostin'. And I would like to leave you with the magic... Oh no, the raid's happened, didn't it? The raid's away. No time for the magic trick. The raid's away. See you later, VOD crew.